let's get started. It's 5:02. Let's get started on the January 12th, 2023 board meeting. Do I have a motion to establish the agenda?
So moved.
And a second.
I second that.
All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Against? Okay, and with that, we've got our meeting started. Director Ding is on Zoom momentarily, and the other four of us are present in the administration room. Let's move on to Fred on recognition.
Great, thank you. Tonight, we do not have any student recognitions, although we will see student recognitions at your next meeting later this month. However, we do have some recognitions, and I'd like to start off with January being school board recognition month. And so in front of you from WASDA and your association are some certificates of appreciation, not only for our 5 elected members, but our 2 student members as well. And so the governor does have a proclamation as well, outlining the importance of our school boards in the governing process. I always remind people that it is a volunteer job. Probably feels like full-time at times, especially when you're the board president or vice president, but there's a tremendous amount of time and sacrifice that goes into that. And so just want to recognize the 5 of you and the 2 of you as the student reps for all of your work on behalf of this community. So thank you and happy school board.
Thank you.
It's always odd congratulating my bosses. Another recognition is Lunar New Year or Chinese New Year, though not celebrated just in China, celebrated across Asia as we head into the year of the rabbit. And we'll have a communication coming out next week calling greater attention to this, but certainly a fun and festive time for many of our community members. It is one of the months or one of the recognitions that we identified along with Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah as one that we would really pay attention to. It's a little tricky this year because it's also finals week. It's the Sunday before finals week starts, but we'll be messaging out to make sure that we're continuing to be sensitive and recognize the way that our families celebrate different holidays around our community. It's also Whole Child Month, which is the first value or the first listed in our values as a school district of valuing that whole child. And the governor's also issued a proclamation around Whole Child Month, but remembering that our academic experience in our classrooms is one dimension, but so are the dimensions of health and safety and the social emotional growth and citizenship, and that our education process, when we have our graduates who head out like Mr. Allison, and hopefully we've given them a full complement and experience to make them well-rounded and ready to engage and be a part of their communities. So want to recognize that. That's a fairly new recognition for the state of Washington. And lastly, we have Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. holiday coming up this Monday. It's a good reminder, as we oftentimes say, that it's more than just a day off, that it's really a day on. And what can we do to continue to live out his legacy of contributing to our communities, both near and far. And so while Monday is a day off of school, hopefully our students and our community are thinking about ways to contribute to the greater good. So those are kind of the 4 announcements to start the meeting.
Well, cheers. Thank you. And we'd like to thank Chuck Wells for your cookies as well.
We got it.
It's always good for the energy during the meeting. Anyway, let's keep going on 1D superintendent report.
Great. So the main report today is just kind of giving everyone a update that the legislative session, it's less than a week old and it already feels like it's been going for several months. And I think that that's a good sign because you as a board have been engaged. We as a staff have been engaged. And I think that we will position ourselves to really make the case for where we think we're going to need supports in the coming year and years. Reminding us that regionalization is a priority. The prototypical school model is a priority, special education funding is a priority, and then looking at our levy and what other levy opportunities. Dr. Booby, our Director of Special Education, appeared before both a House Committee on Special Education and a Senate Committee on Special Education this week, advocating on our behalf and other school districts from around the state. I've also sent memos of support through our alliance, getting ready for some of the other upcoming bills that are going to be moving forward. So be ready for updates from me that you're going to be getting. I talked to Grace Yuan today from the School Alliance and wanted to make sure that we're going to see the same cadence as we've received in the past. She and her team will give us weekly updates. I'll also get the This Week in Olympia updates, and then anything that comes out of WASDA. And I'll put those into the weekly updates for all of you. So I'm going to add a banner at the bottom after learning services that will now be a legislative update. And so each week when I send you my weekly update, I'll provide updates for those as well. So, you know, we are already being asked to engage in the process, and I think that that's going to continue under the Alliance. Just as a reminder, that's Lake Stevens, Everett, Lake Washington, Issaquah, Tahoma, and us, who are all part of that alliance. So large and smaller districts across 2 different counties. So it does represent a good perspective, I think, for our interests and needs as we go through. We also, I think the position papers have been finalized out of WASDA, out of WASA, the Puget Sound Educational Service District superintendents. We developed one in partnership with our associations in the CCS. And so the president of the association who is here tonight, good evening, Sally. Sally was part of signing on to that along with myself. So we've been trying to really get our tentacles into a number of different organizations and make sure that our interests, although not always exactly worded the way we would word it, are still represented. So happy to take questions too about the legislative process or lobbyists and some others. I know Director Gross, I think you had some questions too.
Yeah, it's great to hear that you're able to connect with Grace and that we'll be receiving those weekly updates. And it sounds like they're engaged and are monitoring on an ongoing basis, and that we should be hearing sort of like how things unfold, what our district can do, and if there's a role, like what role could be played that would be beneficial, you know, to advance the interests that you discussed earlier, regionalization, special ed, transportation, and increased authority for the levy. So that's good. So yeah, like I mean, looking forward to hearing it, and like we'll see how it unfolds, and you know, do our part to make sure that you know, we come out of it well and get into as the state. Yeah.
So I have my ledge report, which totally ties into this. Do you want me to wait until later, or should I?
Please, you can provide now if it ties into this.
Okay, I can just give a little bit, just to add on a little bit more specific. So what WASDA does is every Thursday during the session, it kind of switched to a legislative update instead of like the general WASDA updates that they did. So today they talked about there were 5 bills that they talked about, which was prejudgment interest, which I think we've talked about before, school bus safety, which the biggest thing is equipping, the mandatory equipping of cameras on school buses. That of course is unfunded. Common schools trust review, mandatory recess, and complaints and non-compliance. I don't think any of them are of huge, I mean, they all matter. The mandatory recess is actually probably going to be opposed to, even though the sponsors are both former school board directors. The issue is it's another unfunded mandate. We provide what they're asking for, but there are schools that don't, and they're not offering any funds to hire staff to do that. So for that reason, It's not, obviously not that the issue isn't important, it's the unfunded mandate. The school bus safety, it's cameras, they're, the implications, obviously, if it becomes a requirement, then the school bus manufacturers will need to put in seatbelts. I'm sorry, cameras as part of it. There's also a seatbelt issue. That is also an unfunded mandate. There's also a seatbelt part to that bill, and the question is, if they mandate it now and adding seatbelts, is that even feasible? If buses have seatbelts, they have to be used anyways already. And then, you know, if they do a future thing, then manufacturers are going to include it. So, you know, so that's not as much of an issue. The complaints and non-compliance, it's important because it would put a statewide complaint process for superintendent board or individual board member. It's not, and basically it's a little bit misleading, because the issue with complaints is whether or not the individuals in question, the board, including the superintendent, are following the law, not whether or not people agree with what the decision that the board is making is. And so the concern is there's going to be used as a weapon. And so that's kind of the issue, and they're not really sure. WASDA's undecided on how they're going to come down, because of course we need to follow the law. I don't think anyone disagrees with that, but
Is it possible for like any proposal for like a statewide, like, I mean, a regional, or I don't know, like just ombudsman that's like paid for, that's like not
that's so it's
our district, and like maybe it actually.
so it is a statewide, and it puts it on, oh, I left that part out, puts it on OSPI to investigate. And then there's requirements. If they find a violation, it requires a public hearing and an action plan. If after a couple times of non-compliance, it would be up to a 20% reduction in statewide budget. Well, it's not statewide, the district budget from the state, which is huge. But it's kind of blowing smoke and appeasing people who just don't necessarily like mask mandates. Districts are obligated to follow the law, and it's not what question comes down. I mean, it's not the decision that comes down eventually, it's whether or not you're following the law. And it pretty much happens all the time. Like districts are following the law, or there's other avenues. So that's what the concern is. And being careful in terms of not coming out saying like, we don't like this bill because we don't want to follow the law. No. We follow the law. We fully intend to. But so what's the purpose
I
of
was
this?
wondering if like, if it went forward, if you could actually sort of do it to like decrease costs in the district, like get sort of like, you know, just like sort of an early like indication, like maybe like one of like, you know, like the hurdles or like not hurdles, but steps to make sure like there's legitimacy to a complaint is to go to like some other external agency that like we don't pay for.
Right.
And then like, you know, they either get like the, hey, like, yeah, it sounds like, you know, it should be pursued further or not, and maybe reduces work for us.
Right, and you know, that's interesting because I've actually talked with Representative Sen about having, in terms of like public disclosure requests or public records requests. And you know, can't, like, if we think something's really unreasonable, like they're asking, we know that it's just harassment and costing tens of thousands of dollars. Can we send it to an independent arbitrator, whether it's OSPI or someone else, and say, is there a legitimate, reasonable purpose for this?
Or can we just make them like the first step?
Or make them
Just like,
pay,
yeah,
or make them pay for it.
like,
Pay the cost, right? Right, I mean, I don't think they would do it overall, but anyways, I was told like, it ain't gonna happen. I mean, at least in terms of an issue like that. So it's pretty minimal in terms of any impact. I mean, we follow the law. I don't think it, and so, I mean, hopefully it doesn't go anywhere. I just want to bring up, so what WASDA does is they send out, you can get on a site to get the bills that are coming up. Anything that I see, I'm on those lists. So anything that I see, I will send it out and make sure everyone knows. If you don't want to get on it yourself, that's fine, because I'll be looking at it. There are 3 special education bills next week that they're expecting hearings on next Thursday, which we have a very, very busy day on Thursday. And there's a lot of advocacy coming from WASDA, and I think our positions are all, but they specifically talked about the, you know, keeping an eye on the increase in multiplier for sped, removal of the cap on sped, and SB 5174 and transportation funding. So all three things that Senator Wellman talked to us about. The last thing I was going to mention was just to keep an eye on, they didn't talk about this in the meeting, but then I saw it there. House Bill 1244 talks about the increasing levy cap. And I was all excited and I went in and looked at it, and it's an inflation thing, which, you know, hey, it's better than nothing, 3.17% each year for the next 4 years. And then in 2029, increasing the 2,500 to 3,000 per student. So it's a little bit of a bummer, but it'll be interesting if it goes forward. I mean, I would think it would go forward because this at least seems pretty insignificant, but maybe seeing what the appetite is, and maybe they're kind of getting a feel for whether or not there's an appetite to do it.
And if they could accelerate the 3,000.
Right, I mean, take away the inflation enhancement, just bump it up now. So wouldn't that be nice? So I was all excited, and then I read it and I was like, oh, that's not fun. But, you know, we have, you know, there can always be modifications. So maybe with enough pressure, it could go. I mean, it specifically lays out school districts under 40,000, which is all but one, because I think like Washington's 39 or something like that. They're pretty darn close. All but one is 3,000 and 3,500, 3,000.
Started at 3,000. They've all gone up with inflation to a certain extent.
Yeah.
But when you start off at 3,000 versus 2,500, now the gap's even
Right.
bigger.
So I was bummed, but at least something is there.
On the special ed one as well, just something to remember, the governor's proposal did not have anything for the multiplier. But that's what Senator Wellman had to talk to us about, is that's what she intends to put in there. And then I know there's going to be disagreement about the cap. That again doesn't impact us right now, but that multiplier is the one we're watching.
Thank you very much for that great update. Thank you. So right now, I think from a advocacy perspective, we're doing this with the Alliance, with superintendents, with school boards, and with student directors, and with lobbyists. So we haven't really made any calls out to the public to send in letters or anything like that, but at least finding partners who are on the same side of these issues as us, and advocating together with real numbers from each relevant district. So
And we've been working, Sally and I have been working to trade back and forth. What are the different positions represented by teacher groups and WEA in particular, as well as ours, so that we can stay better connected. We were just at Island Park this morning, and you know, it came up, teachers and staff are interested in what can they do. And it's going to be, you know, in PTA, the same yesterday with PTA, and that's going to be, here are the blanket statements, and here are the legislators that we need to target and to send things to. So we'll be mobilizing those too as the session continues.
okay. Superintendent, which is done, sorry.
Yeah, I just have a couple announcements, but that's later on.
Okay, so we're supposed to do public input. We'll wait till 6. I don't believe there's any public input at this time, but if anybody wants to come in and at 6 o'clock and give us some public input, most appreciated. Let's move on to 2A, communication and support for the board, instructional coaching, and IMIHS coaching.
Come on. So we have our instructional coaches from our middle school and our high school have joined us, and I'll allow them to introduce themselves here in a moment. And then Director Prescott is joining us online. And this is a continuing conversation that we've tried to continue to bring up, particularly around OE9 with communication to you. And some of the questions you've really been asking as a board and others is not just what it is, but what it's doing and how is it impacting teaching and learning. And so I welcome in our team tonight. So we'll start off, Jamie, Director Prescott, you want to start off and then we'll do introductions and get rolling?
Sure, absolutely. My part is brief. I am just really excited that we have Danae Berger, who is the facilitator and like the coach of the coaches with you tonight, as well as Kelsey Cochran, Jamie Cook, who are the two instructional coaches based out of the high school, as well as Emily Mills and Maria Fontana from the middle school. So they're here to share what it is that they've been working on, the impact that they're having, and just provide a little more insight into the incredible work that they do every day. So take it away.
Thank you for having us. My name is Danae Berger, and we're just gonna go your right to left, right? All of this right down the line tonight. And I'm really excited to share and introduce really the sharing of the examples of great things happening for students as a result of their classroom teachers partnering with instructional coaches at IMS and MIHS. So we can go on. Andrew's like, let's see. I don't know if this was able to be hyperlinked in the documents that you have, or if you have a PDF version, but if you'd like to read more about the role description of our instructional coaches that was co-authored by our coaching team and the ILT team, it is there linked for you. And so this gives you kind of the scope of what a coach is doing in any given building. But then I'll back to our slides real quick, Andrew. Sorry, that was very fast. Just want to let you know it's there, and we've agreed on what our role should look like here. On the next slide, I just wanted to introduce two sort of branches of work, two ways that our coaches impact their learning communities at all the buildings here. One is through individual coaching, and I got to visit here last year and tell you a little bit about this, and now you're going to get some much more specific details. But broadly, individual coaching is contrary to what some people might think about having a coach in their room. It is not an outside look in on what needs to be improved or an expectation to fix anything. It's really a teacher identifying a student need and seeking the support of a coach to make that improvement happen. Veteran and novice teachers alike, like, what else is out there? I've tried this and this and this. What more can I be doing that is not even on my radar? So our individual coaching, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, is student-centered, and the coach has time, like unlike a lot of administrators in our buildings who are very busy and have very full plates, our coaches have time to get to know that teacher very well, learn their strengths, and leverage those strengths towards meeting that goal to improve the student outcomes. We build reflective muscles with our teachers, holding up. Sometimes that's all they need is a mirror to see exactly what they want to improve, or exactly what is needed for a student. And so we build those reflective muscles, and then we bring a lot of tools into the relationship to help individualize this experience for teachers. So not a webinar, not a conference, but an individualized partnership in the classroom. One of our tools is a research-based coaching cycle. It's called the Impact Cycle, authored by Jim Knight out of the University of Kansas. And this is where a coach and a teacher would look together and collect data on a classroom's current reality, set goals based on that, dialogically together, bring forward research-based best practices, and they experiment together with those best practices in the classroom. Tools like co-planning, co-teaching, modeling, and circling back to that data always to figure out where do we need to modify and adjust to get students to where we want them to be. And so that's what it could look like through that cycle on an individual level. And many of our teachers have reaped the benefits and experienced really the magic that happens with that one-to-one partner that our coaches are able to provide. On another side, another way that coaches impact their learning communities is by supporting whole staff and teams in professional learning. So the coaches here tonight sit at the same table with their administrative teams and design professional learning for their buildings that's really well tuned to the building's needs. And they help lead that staff development oftentimes. the most exciting thing is they take that learning and head to the classroom with the classroom teacher with it and help that learning get launched in the classroom environment. And this is where this research, the Joyce and Showers research, is really stunning. When we spend a ton of money on professional development and then ask the teachers to go do that, there's a 5% application rate. But with the partnership of a coach and ongoing support in implementing that learning, there's a 95% application rate. And so that's what these great coaches get to do with our awesome teachers. And then they lead professional learning communities around in lots of different areas and focuses as well. So on the screen over these, as we introduce our next few coaches, you're going to see this 4-quadrant graphic of the Danielson framework for teaching. And this framework is what our administrators use to evaluate our teachers, and our coaches use it very differently. Coaching here is invitational, it's non-evaluative in any way and non-judgmental, but we're using it to help teachers get to the same place. So if you, as you hear from Emily, Maria, and Jamie, they're going to share examples of their coaching work, and you're going to see the stars show up at the areas where their work with that teacher is impacting that vision of excellence that the Danielson framework lays out. And so admin will go in and observe and look for these discrete practices happening. Yes, they're happening, or no, they're not happening. Coaches can come alongside beforehand and throughout and during and coach towards these highly effective practices and draw from strategies that are locally validated here that we've seen to work with our teachers and students to help teachers achieve this common language of excellent teaching. So Emily's going to start us out, and her stars are yellow. Take it away.
Thank you. I feel like we're news anchors. Different from being at home when I eat a baked potato and watch the board meetings. Being here is great. Thank you for having us. So as Danae was saying, I am Emily Mills, an instructional coach at Islander Middle School, and I am highlighting a coaching cycle that I've been working on with a teacher ongoing since the start of the school year. And really, we're looking at domain 3, although we had worked in domain 1 and 2. 3 is really the focus of what I'm sharing with you tonight. And you know, when you think of going to a destination and you hop on a plane, you trust that the pilot is going to get you there. And what we're noticing in our coaching work is that we want, instead of the teachers to be the pilot, we want the kids to be the pilots of their learning plane. We want the kids to know where they're going. We want the kids to know how they're going to get there. We want, you know, very student-centered. And so in this coaching cycle, one of the things that came up with assessments, we're looking at achievement results, and the data was showing us that there were kids who got it and there were kids who didn't. And it was a question of what are we going to do about it? Because what we've been doing with targeted feedback, a really robust feedback loop, interventions galore, we still have kids who aren't there yet making the same mistakes. And then we've got kids who are there, who are ready, thirsty for a challenge, they want more rigor. So what we did is we looked at how can we get students to pilot their learning plane and be in charge of the decisions that they're making with their learning. So what we did was looked at some strategies, and the one that we chose, the teacher chose was error analysis, which lots of teachers use error analysis, but what made this particular the situation different was that the error analysis wasn't just a, you know, quick one and done. We look over the mistakes we made and then we're done. This error analysis was also given as like, it's analysis that some students would look at and say, oh, I actually know this, I'm ready for a rigor. And so they had a pathway developed. And for students who needed that, you know, extra skills practice, they were able to identify what types of mistakes they were making, why they were making that mistake. So is it computational? Is it conceptual? Is it a careless mistake? Is it something anxiety-wise on assessment day? And so they're reflecting on these things, and then the teacher gave multiple pathways for students to move forward. They could pair, they could work individually, they could work with the teacher, so many different pathways. And so really what we were looking at is 3E, responding flexibly to student needs. Assessments helped us with that, but then what we found after students did this error analysis, and then they holistically looked at what it is that they need to do differently, they were in charge of the next unit, making sure they weren't making those same types of mistakes. And they were also given another chance to show evidence of learning, lowering that test taking anxiety, knowing that there would be another chance. So how one small shift in practice, like error analysis, could actually increase student self-efficacy. They know the teacher believes in them, they believe in themselves. We've increased motivation because they know learning doesn't end. And we know that, all students should be achieving at high levels and have access to rigor no matter what. And so providing that as a pathway is an important part of it. So that's just one example of a coaching cycle, one practice shift. Maria, would you share with us about what we're doing building wise?
And I'm not quite as dynamic. I'm actually gonna be reading this. Because
You need a baked potato.
need to think of it as teaching would be much easier. My name is Maria Fontana. I'm an instructional coach at IMS. And thank you for telling us about how students become co-pilots of their plane. In addition to working with individual teachers, our work includes working with groups within our school, as Danae has already said. Our coaches, all our coaches work on planning and presenting for building and district directed Wednesdays and teacher and service days. This year at IMS, in these groups, among other things, we're working on effective instructional strategies, fostering a culture of learning, communicating with students and families, and engaging in reflective practices. As coaches, we also work weekly with our PLCs. Last year, our focus in the PLCs was on designing and revising our proficiency scales and on the alignment of our curriculum across grade levels. This year, we're working our work is centered around increasing access to learning for all students by removing barriers, focusing on effective teaching practices that will help all students reach standard. Our PLCs are also focused on designing lessons, activities, and assessments that allow students to practice and work on stretching their learning to go beyond standard. So our work in our PLCs includes working with our science team on finding multiple ways for them to access information and multiple ways for them to show evidence of their learning. Working with our language arts teams, so to develop new units for the new novels that have come into the school, and working with the math team on identifying and designing ways to extend student learning. So what happens when teachers, coaches, administrators, and really the entire Islander community is committed to learning, committed to growing and developing professionally? Well, that's easy. Students are impacted by this work. Students know and understand the progression of their learning and how to show evidence of their learning. Students are learning to focus on learning rather than grades. Students have opportunities to access information and to show evidence of learning in a variety of ways. Students have opportunities to make mistakes, learn from their mistakes, and then show evidence that they have learned from that. And students are becoming expert learners who are responsible for their own learning, who are self-directed, and who are goal-directed. So now I'd like to hand it over to Jamie, who's going to talk about the high school.
Thank you. So I'm one of the coaches at the high school. I'm going to highlight my collaboration with two clients. One is a veteran teacher who actually has received the Teacher of the Year award, and another one is as an early career teacher. And I chose these two to kind of demonstrate the breadth of clients that we work with, and the positive work that comes out. So the first one is the veteran teacher, and she approached us, both Kelsey and I, who are the coaches at the high school, wanting to have or increase her skills on discussion strategies. She had a new course that she was teaching, and she wanted to, actually, there's two goals that we had identified. I'll read those off. She wanted to use discussion strategies in class that would promote student-to-student interactions. And specifically, she wanted to incorporate a seminar type of discussion where the students really run the conversation and the teacher is simply the facilitator to guide their learning. She also we identified that she had a very diverse class in terms of their comfort with discussions as well as their skill levels. So its second goal was about the students feeling welcome to contribute and for them to be appropriately challenged. And so we reflected on some ideas. I set up 2 learning blocks, and we both were able to observe 2 wonderful teachers running Socratic seminars. Each were very different with different strategies. We were able to kind of work with those teachers again with some clarifying questions and sharing some ideas, and some strategies were developed along with some resources that I had shared. And it was great because not only did she have some great ideas and was ready to go for a sort of Socratic seminar, the teachers that we had worked with and learning lots came up with some new ideas too. And so she ran the Socratic seminar and was very successful. All of her students but one was actively involved, and we kind of knew that there was going to be a few that wouldn't contribute because of what we mentioned before, the diversity. But she planned ahead for that, allowed that student and other students to demonstrate their understanding in other ways, in addition to reflecting on how they contributed, because she's going to continue to do those discussions, and how those students reflect and develop their own goals for the next time that they did the Socratic seminar so they can improve themselves. The second teacher I'm highlighting is an early career teacher, and approached us because he had received a basic in his evaluation in the area of student engagement. And so he really wanted to engage the students more, and with my observations and our discussions, identified the following goal, which was to increase student engagement in 3 areas: behavioral engagement, content engagement, and emotional engagement. And use some strategies that would increase student-to-student interactions in addition to them collaborating more. And so through our work, he developed some norms, one being related to habits of mind, and one I really want to highlight was this idea that when you make mistakes, that it's a learning opportunity. It's not a bad thing. He wanted the students, because there was a lot of problem solving involved in this class, a lot of apprehension and students feeling that they're wrong, not wanting to contribute. So he would actually highlight his own mistakes, use it as a learning example. He would make it a positive thing when students did make mistakes, and use that as an example for others to learn from, as well as pointing to some of the positive things that they had done, including like some misconceptions and how you can grow from that. There's a lot more work. I know I'm the time here, but he also had developed some thinking partners, as we called it, and set up the classroom where each individual had a thinking partner that he continued to work with. They would think together, they problem solve. He would incorporate students to help each other with the problem solving rather than relying on him as much, and it really created a positive environment for learning and learning from their mistakes. And we're both very confident that he'll be receiving at least proficient, if not higher, in his evaluation. Kelsey?
Thank you. Yeah, so having heard some specific examples of secondary coaching in the district from our gen ed coaches, Andrew, do you mind?
I put the red stars up there.
Mine is actually, I have a different slide. Oh, you don't mind? Thank you, perfect. I wanted to offer a broader snapshot of how our specifically Mercer Island High School staff are engaging with gen ed coaching provided PD opportunities in our building. And so the information that I'll share is just gen ed coach provided PD opportunities. So first of all of our staff have engaged in school-wide PD opportunities that we've offered, from ongoing UDL training to professional learning communities. And then we've also found that overwhelmingly our staff are engaging in the opt-in coach-led PD opportunities that we have provided over about the past year or so, ranging from individual coaching to PLCs to book studies, our new hire cohort. We've seen that 93% of high school teaching staff and counselors have participated in at least one of these opt-in coaching opportunities. 78% have opened their classrooms to coaches, 68% have pursued coaching conversations with us. About a quarter of our staff have engaged in the kinds of goal setting cycles that Emily and Jamie referenced. 40% have joined us on learning walks. 30% have opened their classrooms to learning walks with coaches and their teaching colleagues, and a quarter of our staff have participated in some kind of extracurricular outside of the school day coaching PTE opportunity that we've provided. So overall, 100% of our departments have participated in these optional coaching opportunities, and actually a minimum of 70% of our department members have participated. So yeah, this is just one snapshot of one building, but we know that our gen ed coaches, our sped coaches, and our tech coaches district-wide are offering our staff this scope and breadth of coaching opportunities.
Can I just ask, can you talk a little bit more about the learning walks?
Yeah, absolutely. So in November, for example, we hosted a learning walk challenge, which was fun. A learning walk is an opportunity to accompany a coach into a classroom. So sometimes an individual teacher will target a specific practice they want to see, a specific colleague they're interested in seeing. Maybe they want to observe one of their students in a different environment. We will accompany them, we'll generally provide some kind of lens recording tool for the observation we're looking for. We'll go into the classroom from anywhere 5 to 10 minutes to the entire period, or even on an ongoing basis. Target what kind of observations, what kind of data maybe we want to gather, or practice we want to see. And then the client, the teacher who's accompanied us, will have an opportunity to debrief what we've seen. And then if desired, continue coaching to maybe implement one of the practices that they see in their classroom. So it's a pretty flexible tool, but that's the general overview.
That's great.
Thank you.
I had a question about goal setting cycles. Frequently, I would say, like in the commercial world, that's the sort of like the standard for like the end of the year review or end of the cycle review and the beginning of the cycle is what the goals are for the upcoming quarter or review period, and then if those have been satisfied. So my question is 20%, I recognize that's just gen ed, it's just Mercer Island High School. Is that a number that we're satisfied with? Do we think it should be 100%? I mean, would that be wasted on 80%? It's like, if it wasn't desired. And then two, sort of going back to what the earlier discussion about like one individual and sort of like a debrief, when thinking about if the goals have been satisfied, how do we think about that in terms of performance in the classroom? Do we think about surveys from students, like whatever's being trying to accomplish, that it's not I think it's important certainly that teachers feel that they have improved, but is there some ways of trying to quantify that? And it's open to anyone. Again, I understand this is just the high school data, but sort of generally goal setting, like the importance of it, sort of fundamental like growth, and then two, like how to measure that.
I have a couple comments about it. We are measuring data qualitatively and quantitatively as we collect that big picture of current reality. So we've got our spreadsheets open. We're looking at minutes or time on task or the types of interactions that are happening between teacher and student, and we're collecting data. Absolutely. I'm working with another one of our coaches who has a 3-page report that does the coaches putting together all this information, and at the next coaching meeting is sharing back these 3 pages of the types of responses, the nature and the function of the responses, so that the teacher can actually see how many of the interactions were positive versus negative, what the results of those interactions were, and actually set goals towards improving the types of interactions that are going to support the child positively. And so it's definitely qualitative and quantitatively, because we do student.
So should every teacher have a goal?
I can.
Like in your view,
Yeah.
I'm just curious. Like
I can speak to that. So I would, all teachers are engaged in a goal setting process, but I don't know if you want to speak about it, Daniel said, but as part of the evaluation.
Yep, so
process.
2 different things kind of that we're talking about. One is on the coaching side, but every staff member, as part of their evaluation with their principals, they have goals for their evaluation purposes, and so 100% are setting goals and working through their either focused or comprehensive evaluation, which is with their principal. Then the coaching piece is on top of that. So just kind of setting that stage of that does happen. The coaching piece then is different, but go
Do
ahead.
the coaches then see that same information, like, is it, like, in terms of like, hey, this is the common goal, like amongst teachers, right? Like, not individually, so like we should put on general training on that aspect, right?
To the degree that they
The
share it with their coaches, that's really up to the staff member about whether or not they want to share those goals. I'm sure some do, and maybe some don't.
I've helped work with plenty of teachers on them identifying and writing out their goals, their student.
But we don't
goals as
collect
well.
data like in the whole, like, we don't, in terms of the individual, as you said, that 100% fill out. Like when it comes to instructional coaches, we don't collect that at the aggregate level to find, to know, that information is silent, I guess is my question.
Yeah, where it comes back around is it factors into the overall evaluation of a staff member in terms of whether or not they're unsatisfactory, basic, proficient, or distinguished. So there's a metric of how the goals are factored in, and so then it becomes part of that aggregate. I do know that our principals also are looking at what are the goals. There are many times where a whole grade level or a department will set a pretty similar goal, especially because there are 3 different goal areas if you're on comprehensive. One is a professional growth as a team, and that's in our criterion 8. Then there's also a focus on like a class or a bigger group of students, and then a focus on a smaller group of students. So depending on where people are in their cycle, if they're on focus, they only have to do one of those. If they're on comprehensive, it's all 3. So it's not always as synchronized in terms of where people are. And then there are 8 different criteria that they can select from as well in partnership with their principal. Okay. Yes. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just quickly to jump in, Fred covered a lot of it in as far as talking about TPEP goals and things like that. I also want to elaborate that our coaches meet weekly with administrators. So I can speak specifically to the high school coaches and this data. The coaches, so the tech coaches, the instruction or the classroom-based coaches and the SPED coach all meet with the high school admin team every single week, and they talk about what they're seeing. They share common interests or practices or changes or shifts or celebrate great things that can then be carried out to the whole staff. And so there is lots of information sharing going back and forth between coaches and administrators from a lens of they do see all of those TPEP goals. They are doing classroom observations of every teacher and providing feedback. And then the coaches from the lens of they're that supportive growth resource where a teacher comes to them with a challenge or something they want to learn or grow in, and the coach then partners in that way. So kind of both sides coming together once a week, sharing those opportunities and trends in what people would either like to see, what they'd like additional learning or PD in, et cetera. And then as far as the engaged in goal setting cycles, that may be a little bit misleading, that 20%. That means really engaged in like a one-to-one deep dive with a quantitative goal in mind. That doesn't account for all of the other conversations that are happening where a teacher says, I need help. I need to get my kids more engaged. They don't have the bandwidth or time to say like, I want to engage in a full cycle, but I want you to help me. I need a new way, a new idea. And they might not sit down and craft a smart goal, but they're absolutely collaborating, going on those learning walks, learning new things, exploring things, but they don't have a written goal that they loop back to the whole time.
I have a question. Yeah. I've been trying to figure out how to ask this so that I'm a big fan of coaching. So I ask that with this in mind, and also understanding that your boss's boss is sitting in their room. We're coming up with with budget issues and potential, whether it's layoffs or not new hires. And one of the things that at least I hear, I assume all board members do, is, well, why do we have instructional coaches if we're having to lay off teachers? I see the benefits, so you don't really have to convince me, but how would you respond to that? And as we are making these decisions in the coming months, what strategy would you guys like to see? Not to put you on the spot or anything, but.
You can always abstain.
right. Can I
No
maybe
problem.
just kick off the conversation and then turn it over to coaches, because I have the administrator lens, so I can speak to what it was like as an administrator to go through, to evaluate, to provide that feedback, and then turn it over to explain, now that I have worked with coaches now extensively for 5 years, really seeing the impact they're able to have. So for example, as an administrator, one of the many things that I'm tasked with doing is getting in to evaluate teachers. So it's where I take the Danielson rubric, I go in, I do formal observations 2 to 3 times a year. I meet before the observation with the teacher, I meet with them after the fact, but our time is limited, right? Because I've got 35 people that I evaluate and evaluations that I have to complete, in addition to all of the other things. Leading PAC meetings and dealing with student discipline and working with PD and curriculum ordering and all of those things. The amount of time I can dedicate to really supporting the staff member in that growth is limited, right? I've got a 30-minute meeting before an observation. I've got the observation. I've got the post observation. And in that span of time, my goal is to help that teacher as much as I possibly can, give them resources, but I don't necessarily have the bandwidth to go and model a lesson with them or sit down and review their data on multiple occasions and talk about how to help them reflect in what they're seeing and what changes might need to be made. I can do it in little snippets, but with sheer volume of work and a divided focus with so many responsibilities, there's not the extensive time to devote to truly embedding that real-time, ongoing professional learning. So coaches, if you want to jump in there, that's just the shift I see as coming from a building administrator and my work with the evaluation tool versus how much time and energy can be devoted to truly affecting change.
What I was going to say is in line with what Jamie talked about in my working with the administrators at IMS. I've heard them say, we don't have time to be the kind of instructional partners we want to be, to get close enough to the classroom, to see these incremental moves. It's far too often a snapshot here and a snapshot there. And it can leave a new teacher or a struggling teacher feeling untethered and very far away from support. We have mentors. Mentors tend to be more department head or department leaders who my mentor showed me how to use the laminator and the copy room and where the textbook closet is, that kind of thing. But when as a new teacher, when my classroom was, I was upset or near tears and I felt like I was losing it. I needed someone who had time in their day to come take a look, help me understand if they're coaching my perceptions correctly. What are we really looking at here? And come back ongoing, have a series of conversations that help me really learn what I did not learn in teacher college. And so our administrators want to spend more time with our teachers doing that, and they're just not able. And at the elementary school, no associate principal, the load just keeps getting heavier. And coaches are available for that. I can meet with you once a week, every prep period once a week, or you need me now, here I come. That's how flexible and individualized it can be. And then on a slide coming up, Andrews, I just thought, when I shared with you last time, I brought up the Joyce and Showers research from the 80s with the purpose of showing the longevity with which coaching has been studied for how many decades and how long-standing the research is. But I pulled this, sorry, I was just mentioning it. Could you go back to that first research slide, Andrew? Thank you so much. The Kraft, Blazer, and Hogan out of Brown and Harvard in 2018 is a meta-analysis that is pretty stunning when we think about it. To answer your question, the why, what they found is the effective coaching on teachers' instructional practice is larger than the differences measured in instructional quality between novice and veteran teachers. So the partnership with a coach can accelerate a teacher's growth equivalently with years and years of me trying to grow and learn on my own. The effects of coaching on student academic performance are similar or larger magnitude than the estimates of a difference of 5 to 10 years of teaching. Like me growing my students' achievement in 5 to 10 years of teaching, I can get that in a much shorter time by partnering with a coach.
Does it say like what the magnitude of that like interaction has to be? I mean, to get my earlier question, right, about goal setting. I mean, 100% at least of like individuals within a department have used some service, but is there a threshold at which like these effects kick in?
The study actually, what they studied in this is the difference between coaching programs with the ideal conditions like we have and coaching programs that have gone to scale, which kind of gets to your point about, well, what would you be happy with? What percentage of cycles would you be happy with? The programs that have grown to scale with hundreds of coaches or statewide programs, they reference 2,300 literacy coaches hired in Florida to coach across content areas to improve literacy. That coaching program did not see these results because it was scaled ineffectively, and with programs like that, they tend to have a mandatory participation. And we across the board do not see these impacts, these effects when coaching is mandatory. So the question of what percentage would we be happy with is a great question, but requiring teachers to 100% be in cycles and mandating that causes the results to plummet. Since it started here in 2012, it has been invitational and it's been by nature and according to the research, successful that way. They studied coaching programs with conditions like ours, a handful of coaches partnering in a invitational way, it's optional, with a manageable load of teachers. So they are seeing these effects in school districts like ours, not in programs scaled higher or where we're like requiring that 100%. Does that answer?
Yeah, so the teacher has a choice in how they utilize coaches, as you mentioned. So is there some cadence in which you get these results? I guess that was kind of the question too. If you've got a teacher who comes in once a week, once a month, what sort of usage do you need to get the results according to this? If I use a coach once a month, could I grow 1 year in experience in a year, an additional year? So 2 years worth of experience in 1 year of monthly coaching.
I read this and I'll read it again. We can get back to you on exactly.
I'm just, no, you don't have to get us.
Right, like we as a district haven't tracked to that extent. Right?
You know, one thing as well, or Jamie, did you have something first? I thought I saw a hand and then.
Nope, I think I know where you're going. Roll with it, Dr. Rundle.
Okay, two things come to mind. One is consistency of our coaches over time. And one notice I've had is that for the first time in several years, we actually have the consistency of the same two coaches at our high school that we haven't had just because of different turnover, COVID impact, but also having the two coaches who are dedicated to coaching and not also dedicated to 2 periods a day where they're teaching. And I think that is a wise investment in terms of our coaching of having 2 people who this is what they're mainly responsible for. Similar though, back to Director Lurie's question as well around, you know, what would we say and what's the value? You know, I was quite surprised when I arrived here 14 years ago to find that we didn't have a single coach in the district except for one instructional tech coach for all elementaries, that was Julie Hovind, and she was fairly new at that point. And then we had one in the secondary at the time. That was very different from the systems I had been part of as a teacher and as an administrator in terms of the support. And when I think back to, writer's workshop and some of our early adoption of math expressions, without a coach there side by side with me, it was incumbent upon me with just the reliance on teacher leaders in principals cabinet or whatever to try to pull off the professional development and the continuation. And that's hard from the standpoint of I can never take my evaluator hat off. No matter what I do, I'm the boss's boss. I can never walk into a classroom and say, I'm not the superintendent today. I assure you, I'm just here. That, it doesn't work. And the other component would be to attract and retain staff. We talked about that in our workforce diversification report to you. One of the questions we continuously get from new staff or people who are looking to move here or join our team is, what kinds of support will you give me if I choose your district? Because I can go to this district and I'm going to see a coach and they've already told me all these things. I think people want to see that. Interestingly, 2 nights ago at the MIPA event that we hosted, one of the questions from the parents was, how do you support your teachers? Julie, a newcomer, was there, and it was, how do you support your teachers so that they can meet the needs of students? And she was able to talk about coaching. So there might be some families who are looking at that, but I think that that's other elements that are maybe not always thought of or touched upon. Director Din, did you have one, two?
Thank you. I know last time you all came here, we asked for more quantitative data, and you provide some of that. So I appreciate the movement forward to capture some of the output and time to actually what David was saying, as how do we start to, because the impact, we know what research shows as an impact for as a whole, but then what does that mean for Mercer Island, right? And so as we're being more, thoughtful with our resources, like do we be very careful with our intervention to do a month or like 3 months or 6 months? So it is a nice kind of, as right now we're not tracking it, but as we're moving forward, something that I think would be really worthy to think about. And I love the fact that you're all including students in right now. And as students' needs are changing, right, it's great that more folks are really approaching their need and providing the support. I wonder if we have a way to, and I feel like teachers' needs are changing as well. Have we done surveys to ask teachers, how do they feel supported? What do they need? And sometimes, for me to feel supported is just to be an hour away from students, close my office door. I don't know, right? But I wonder if we're doing kind of surveys to ask teachers now, what kind of support do they need? And how can we not only use the instructional coaches, but others part of our system to support our teachers? But as an educator, I totally value the instructional coaches, because you do your everyday work, but you don't have time to focus on best practices. Because it takes time to research. I totally know that it really benefits like you said, the new hires. But I also know that those who need it the most are not seeking you all out, right? Because we have this group of, anywhere, folks who really need the instructional coaches, but it's kind of preaching to the choir. Those who want to do self-improvement, they reach out to you all. So I wonder how, I'm really more interested in the system transformative change, how we do individual. But after we also start thinking about more kind of system-wide expectation and more transformative changes. I love the UDL, but this is actually a great opportunity for you all to kind of think about how do we start to go into the DEIB kind of work, right? This is, I feel like if we start to branch out into, if we want to make transformative changes across the system, maybe at this level, it's more of an intentional kind of support, and also doing a lot of diversity, equity, inclusionary, belonging work, right? Because that's so integral to the UDL, and it's so integral to really being great in the classroom. And I just feel that that's kind of been missing in our conversation when we're talking about supporting teachers and students. So just some of those things to consider as we're moving forward to making more system change. Because I totally believe individually, we're doing great work. But sometimes parents aren't feeling it, aren't feeling the impact. And so I wonder how we can start to measure and start to communicate that.
Director Jen, I would just respond to one small point you made, that our work is preaching to the choir. I would assert that that is not the case. I've worked with many teachers who I know very well to be struggling teachers. I've had the opportunity, for example, to work with every single teacher in my former department, whose practices I'm very familiar with. So we at the high school at least absolutely work with a range of teachers who have opted in. Sometimes there's a way that they are channeled to us by administrators, but I think we certainly work with a range of proficiencies.
Oh, no, I don't mean by proficiency. I mean by those who are resistant to being coached, right? There are those who need it, but they don't want coaching. But yeah, proficiency is one thing. I think we can all increase in our proficiency. But I feel like some of those who need it might feel like, oh, because it's an opt-in, which I understand the best practice research for it. But on the other side, there might be those who really need kind of a little push or have a lot of challenges, but they're just very resistant to this. And how do we, and really sometimes those handful of folks are is really maybe creating an environment that may not be as conducive, positive for our students.
One of the lines we've drawn that we've been intentional not to cross is a principal after an evaluation or a series of observations going to the coach and saying, so-and-so really needs help with this. Instead, the line we've kept is in the post-conference with that teacher saying, here are the concerns I have. Here are the issues I'm seeing in terms of instructional practice, wherever the domains are. There are a number of things that I can help you with, but one of those, it would really be wise for you to go catch up with Maria Fontana as a coach, because she might be able to offer that. Would you like me to have an introduction, or would you like to do that on your own, or do you want me to step out of it? And in those times, then I think teachers have sought out the coaches and said, look, I got basic in these areas. Mr. Rundle saw this or that, and I think I need to improve. And so I know that happens, but there's that fine line that we've really tried to walk to try not to break that confidentiality, because it really does undermine the coaching in there.
Hey, Dr. Rundle, can I add one thing? To that end, I'm going to date myself a little bit here. But before we had coaches, I recall what would happen is if a teacher through an observation or an evaluation with an evaluator, there were some areas that definitely needed some substantial support. We would hire externally. We would bring in contractors who would then come in and work directly with that teacher. And it was outside of the school. They didn't have any understanding of our systems, our programs, our expectations, our curriculum. And so I can think of a handful of examples where prior to having instructional coaches that we could then lean on to say, we've got a job embedded opportunity for you to grow and learn and kick ideas around with. We still paid for it, but we paid for independent contractors to come in externally. And I would contend that probably didn't have the same level of return on investment as I think having somebody in the building who understands the culture and nuances and the history to be able to then address.
I guess one of the things, real quickly, sort of tying a few different sort of ideas and discussion points together was going back to Pam's point about system changes. So me thinking about it, how do you support first year new teachers? How do you tie like the goals that are in the UDAP evaluations to the systems that professional development sees in instructional coaches? I mean, to me, like when I start thinking like the system-wide changes, I mean, maybe it's for the first, however many years for new teachers, like instructional coaches are assigned to like give various ways in which they can measure if their goals are being met in a formal like cycle. Whether that be a survey, whether that's where students are at the end of the year, so that there's more data of, hey, at the end of the review cycle, has the teacher, accomplished, what the goals were, if so, by how much? I mean, did they knock it out of the park? Was it a double? Rather than perhaps, the more impressionistic feedback of someone that like sees them on a day-to-day basis. But it's not, really is tangible.
Erin, had
Yeah,
some-
I just wanted to add, just because I don't want to conflate sort of the coaching role, is that for those teachers who are like very resistant to change, perhaps in the greatest need of change, and as identified by administrators, when they do have those challenging conversations, their contract does provide for a pathway of sort of improvement, that doesn't involve the coaches. It's not their role to do that. That is, a formal plan where we bring in resources to support those staff members, to really improve and meet expectations. Or there could be a different pathway or different opportunities outside of the district that are better fit for that staff member. So the contract does allow that, but that's really back to the conversation where it's very administrative, it's very evaluative in terms of what your pathway forward is. There is a backup to that, which hopefully people are using coaches beforehand, so they don't get to those types of conversations. But for those who are listening, I want, who are not as familiar with our collective bargaining agreements, like that is how they're structured, because ultimately we all, I think to your point, Director Jen, the impact of one poor performing staff member can reflect on the whole in not a positive way. So we have a mutual, I think, all of us here, I'm looking to other staff members, I'm looking to the union president as well. Like we have a mutual interest in doing good work. And having those next to us doing good work. And that's one of the reasons why we have coaches to support that work, but we also have a fallback to the contract to make sure there is a bar that we are all meeting. So I just wanted to be clear that that's distinct from the coaching role.
I just wanted to just note that there is like a vulnerability involved as a teacher in admitting that you need help with someone and in kind of sort of like exposing your squishy underbelly. Emotionally, and that's something where like the value of in-house coaching really, I think, helps the teachers who do opt in to feel kind of safe and supported, as opposed to having some kind of like outside person come in, and they may have the procedural knowledge of how you could do this thing better or whatever, but there's something I think different about, qualitatively different about being supported by your colleagues. I also wanted to say that it's been interesting for me hearing, like I read the slides ahead of time, but like hearing you talk, I realized that there's a really strong parallel here to how we've shifted how we're working with individual kids, right? It's not so much of like a one size fits all, everybody sit here and we're going to lecture to you. It's much more like, what do you need? Where's your learning at? Like, how can we support you? And that's just kind of like a nice parallel. Thank you for what you do.
And over the last 2 years, our coaches have studied Elena Aguilar's Coaching for Equity. So we are operating and discussing our work with that lens. And also we are studying a lot of coaching and leading teams and adult, I'm gonna say the word wrong, but andragogy, the fancy word for science of adult learning. And so our coaches have looked into this and we've studied this together about that exact thing, what motivates the adult learner, what opens up the adult learner. And not even like when, if a teacher is resistant to growing, the administrators have a role and a job in that, but being resistant to coaching doesn't mean that there are those other, coaching is on the menu. And there are a lot of other ways coaches can get to know that person and that adult learner without, putting pressure on them to be in a cycle. There are so many other ways that we've learned that adults are motivated and rewarded in their work, that we can come around and make sure they feel supported, that this is a place they want to be, it's a place they want to stay. And oftentimes, given a little time, they come around and want to do deep work with us. So studying adult learning and studying equity has been really valuable for our team these last 2 years.
Andrew?
Or was Preston go first?
Go ahead, Andrew, and then I think Jamie, she's gonna probably wrap it up, so you go.
Great.
first of all, I just wanted to thank you guys for that. I really liked what you had to talk about with pathways and with UDL. It's hard since I only take one class each year and I move on, but from freshman year to senior year, I feel like when taking assessments and doing assignments, I have more options to do that and I have more ways to connect with my teacher. And just one teacher I'm thinking about, they have different ways of taking assessments. So you could have an essay, you could teach in front of the class, or you could record a video or review it in kind of your own way. So each of them are graded with the same rubric, but you have a different way of showing and demonstrating your learning. And that teacher also does a Socratic seminar, even if you do not speak, as long as you are listening and paying attention, then after there is a short assignment that you fill out. And if you can demonstrate that you were listening and you understood other students, you can get points back that you would have lost for not participating. And I have a feeling that that works because of you guys and the work you've done. A question I sort of have is what systems do you guys have or want to build where you get to hear back from students? Now, I know it's difficult because you guys work with teachers and try to make teachers better. So a lot of times students don't see that just because it's with teachers, but I also think students might also have needs that maybe students don't identify with teachers, and how can students feel empowered to share their needs?
So
One, I mean, I've worked with some teachers, and one of we always establish data that would indicate whether they meet their goal or not. And a large data set is to open up discussions with students and have and they can agree upon like questions. And that's probably the most impactful like data that the teacher receives that often changes their practices because they care so much about the students. And the students are great at identifying the positive things and then areas where what they would like to see. And so within the individual classes, that data definitely is very impactful.
Do any districts, I mean, sort of, there's a lot of discussion of empowering students, like have a formalized, again, going back to systems, like way of doing survey data of students like annually, that then sort of helps, determine goal setting, like both the required for the evaluations by the site administrators, but then also, could be utilized and looked at by the instructional coaching staff.
Can I respond to Andrew on like a more high school based level, and then maybe Fred with respect to respond to Director Boas about some of our surveys that we do.
Well, just like for each classroom, I mean, like that's like that would be the point, is how do we formalize so students can say like regularly, not just on an ad hoc basis, I took this class, and the same way, it's pretty common in colleges. This is what I think of my professor, like this is the strengths, these are the weaknesses, and then, sort of have a system that then takes action on that. So I think Andrew and I are talking about the same thing. I mean, whether or not like, sort of, you want to address it in two parts or not.
Yeah. We don't have a system like that, like a college post-course evaluation system. I don't know if that's along the lines of what you were talking about.
It can be,
Yeah.
not exactly, but.
I would say, on a less system-wide level, we are always reaching out to students. We are always eager to chat with students, the students that we do have contact with. But I do think that that's an area that we've talked about a lot, where we'd like to grow more, is getting students maybe more anecdotal experiences or input that they would like to share that maybe they wouldn't be comfortable sharing as directly with their teachers. And we would love to Andrew, or any of your peers, about how we could maybe, scale that up, building wide, because as much as we do gather a certain degree of that student voice and make an effort to do that, it's not at the same scale as like a college, and of course evaluation that all students complete.
And with you guys being a great resource, I also don't think a lot of students know that we even have instructional coaches. And that could be a resource, again, if maybe students are having a problem with the teacher and want to work with the teacher, instead of maybe trying to go to our already overloaded administrator, starting with the instructional coach to even help students first, maybe work on issues, and with the teachers could also be a benefit for students and teachers alike. And I know Asha also has a question too.
Yeah, so my question was, day to day, like, how do you connect with students? I think especially post-COVID, like attention spans of students are really low. And so how are you working to combat that and figure out what students like to see in the classroom today? And I know you guys all have had classrooms in the past, but learners have changed over the past couple of years, so.
Some of us, I, for example, spend a lot of time in classrooms with kids, working alongside with teachers. So I can't answer your question on what we're specifically doing for that, because everything's constantly changing and a lot has changed in the last, 3 years. But teachers are adapting, and students are adapting, and we're working with them to do that.
Well, and it sounds like what you're asking is about engagement and how are we making sure that students are engaged in their learning? And that, so if that was the goal that the teacher set and the teacher knows that, not all students are engaged, then that's what we're going to collect data on. And so as Danae was saying earlier about time on task, I mean, there are lots of different ways that we can collect that data. One of the ways we collect data is to ask for student input. So if we survey students and we're asking them, how engaged were you? What would you like to see changed? And then we get that data, then the teacher, we pour over that, and then we make instructional changes based on that data. But let's say that it's not the student input that's making that change, it's the teacher, then we might be more like in the classroom, taking data, noticing when students are on task, off task, and then using that quantitatively to say 80% of the kids were on task, 20% were not. Do we want to increase that goal? And then we look at strategies and we try again. Does that get to?
Yeah.
And then our coaching team also had a really wonderful conversation and a recording, sort of a session where after those first few months of lockdown and throughout the first year of us still being at home and transitioning back in, what resources were we leveraging and learning and getting creative with that we don't like the conditions right now of COVID, but we don't want to let these go. These are actually practices that we've had to quickly learn. It's been scrappy and it's been uncomfortable, but actually these are practices we want to encourage teachers to continue to use. So I would hope that in some of your classrooms, you've seen teachers continue or expand on some risky and challenging and difficult methods or strategies that they learned during COVID, but have actually seen an ongoing benefit of, especially engagement wise.
I think that's a really interesting idea in terms of, I mean, mostly in middle school and high school, when students are struggling with the teacher, whether learning style, not, legitimate learning style concerns. We encourage them to go, well, first of all, to work directly with the teacher and then go to their counselor to talk about that. And I guess, I think it seems like we're missing a step. I feel like instructional coaches have a much closer to connection than our counselors do with regards to the academic learning. And I wonder if, you guys are all in teaching and I know you're not with students as much as you probably used to be when you were in the classroom. Maybe there could be avenues where if a student is having a hard time and it's like a learning thing in their classroom, that once they've tried other strategies, instructional coaches could be a great sounding board for students.
I appreciate the value of coaches. Yeah, I think what you guys are doing, what you all are doing, that's great. I think you've done a great job of showing us the value to teachers and the value towards new teachers, seasoned teachers, how we can get our teachers to improve at a higher cadence. That's great. If there's some way to show what it means on Mercer Island, I think that might be useful. I think the other side you also told, in terms of, is it a great recruiting does it enable us to recruit great teachers? Does it allow us to retain great teachers? If those are also outcomes, that might be another way to really show the value of coaching. I appreciate all the items you've discussed. Another one I think is really interesting is the value to the administrators, as Jamie highlighted. Another one for the teachers, it saves me time by having smart people help me build my lessons, plan my lessons, help me through a hard portion of my lessons. It saves me a great deal of time as a teacher. So I could see all that feeding into job improvement, just better conditions to be in. I want to be here longer. All that is really true. I think that would be good. From an administrative perspective, if it saves our administrators time, makes them more efficient, as you pointed out multiple times, if you know, that's a recruiting aspect and retention aspect for our administrators. Those are very tangible things that our community, our parents, our school board can understand. Those also tangible outcomes. Yeah, I think there's a number of those type of ways to also think about the value of coaches, and then to raise the bar on that. What size of coaching staff do we have? Are we being effective in these outcomes that we want? Whether an outcome is retention of our administrators, growing our teachers faster, saving time, making it a better place to work. Are we doing great on those outcomes? What would we like those outcomes to be even better? I think, and finally, also the student perspective too, we clearly learned about. I think student feedback, parent feedback about teachers to coaches, interesting idea. I don't know if I want to weaponize coaches in that way. I think a lot of the value you have is because it comes from the teacher, driven by the teacher. If you're a repository of all criticism about a teacher, then suddenly it's not a safe place for me to go to as a teacher. So I appreciate what you're doing, and I appreciate how you've been cautious about making promises on that aspect of it as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for the work that you continue to do day in and day out. The fortunate thing for you as a board is you've only seen half of them. You'll get to see their colleagues who work in the elementaries in an upcoming board meeting as well. They were side by side with principals today doing learning walks around iReady. And they were in classrooms with the iReady trainers today doing some work. And so there is that parallel piece, but thank you to you and the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. And we'll take 5 minutes while we reset the room.
Already 6:30. I'm for my third. Going to the third.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, you're going?
Kyle, are you promoting? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
And people it's 6:35 and we'll come back into session. Thank you very much. Let's move on to item 2B, the new MIHS courses for the 23-24 school year.
Great. This is information as well as part of OE9 of bringing forward to the board any significant changes, additions, or modifications to our learning experience for our students. And so tonight we have teachers from the high school representing several different departments. You have the write-ups in front of you. And so we'll go in the same order. And what I thought we would do is we would have our educators give us just a broad overview. There might be things that weren't quite in the write-up, and then just take questions that you may have about the courses. So we're going to start with Emily King's courses. We currently have an applied geometry, and now we're going to bring 2 other classes online to accompany that with Algebra 1 applied, and then the applied Algebra 2.
Before you get started, can I just ask, would this be for fall 2023? Is that when these are proposed to get?
Yeah.
Okay.
Each of the courses tonight will all be, they're all in the catalog.
Yeah.
Ready to go, pending student enrollment.
Great.
Well, hello. Thanks for having us. For those of you, you were in my classroom earlier this year at Crest, and so that was definitely, hopefully you got a picture of sort of what our building is about, but I feel lucky to be able to have partnered with Jen on bringing some options for our struggling learners. Currently at MIHS, we have kids who struggle in math, and we have a lot of really high achievers, but we also have a good portion of students that are, we have students who leave for privet. We have students who, right now, I looked up the D's and F's for Algebra 1, and there's 23 right now. It'll change because there's 2 weeks left in the semester and students manage to bring their grades up. But the hope is that we would have some options for students who weren't being successful in regular algebra. Right now, the only other option is an online course, and that requires a lot of self-paced learning, and that doesn't work for everyone. So my goal had been to provide some options. Algebra 1 is required for graduation from high school. And so offering sort of a differently taught course would give students still the option to fulfill their Algebra 1 requirement. It's pretty similar with applied Algebra 2 because that's the other proposal. Algebra 2 is not required for graduation, but it is required for 4-year universities. And so currently I teach the British College math class, which has been fantastic, but there are students who are not taking it because they need Algebra 2 for a 4-year university. And so instead they're struggling through with D's or sometimes summer school after senior year. So that's sort of the reasoning behind it. And looking through the state frameworks, I was lucky enough to find some course equivalencies through CCR, CTE, and so that's where we went.
I want to emphasize, and I know all of you, but for the record, Jennifer McClellan, I'm the CT director. First off, huge, oh my gosh, we are so blessed to have the instructors that we do. Emily King is just a gift. These courses are not less than. I want to be very clear with that. They're just as rigorous. They articulate and align with what we're teaching at the main building. I'm hoping that these can go back and forth, like these courses can be taught in both buildings. So I want to be very clear on that. These courses are just taught differently. And connect to industry. So for instance, the course that's being run right now that was approved last year is applied geometry. A lot of discussion about architecture and real world applications, a lot of manipulatives, which I know, maybe in math class, you don't think of manipulative. I know I'm a manipulative person, so I need to touch things all the time. People tell me to stop it. And so it's really, I want to be very clear that this is a rigorous, high-end course, that is delivering the content, the same content, by the way, in a different way, which is student-centric and what meets their needs. And so I'm very excited to see that applied geometry course has been really wonderful that has rolled out this year, and I'm excited to see how this rolls out as we go forward. So I just want to thank you on that.
Do kids get excited about math again after taking these courses?
Sometimes, you know,
I appreciate it's hard if you're gonna do that.
I end up. My hope is someday for, you know, students to see the equivalency and to understand that it is the same rigor. But I do often get a lot of what I refer to as like battered learners. Which means that they have a lot of years of not being successful, and it takes a long time to turn that around in a student's mindset. I think we work really hard to do that, and was actually really happy when my students misbehave sometimes, because it means they're not afraid of me. And I think that that is a good thing. So excited about the math. Not always, but saying things like, oh, this actually makes sense now, yes.
Well, and maybe this is a question for you, Fred. You said, you know, pending enrollment. So what are the enrollment targets for new classes? And how do we think about that from a resources perspective? I mean, as has been discussed, we don't have advanced calculus offered. So we're thinking about other math courses that we are offering it. Is this reallocating current resources and sort of classes that someone is, you know, like there could be less units of one class that is taken, and then this will replace it? Or how do we think about how this fits in terms of resources, as well as, yeah, like that's my question.
You know, it might mean that we have fewer, let's say, algebra classes offered as Algebra 1, because we might have students who actually take applied algebra. So it's still applied algebra 1. So it's still, you know, the same cohort of 9th graders who didn't take algebra in middle school. And so it might mean we have one less section of that course because we have this, or you know, 2 less sections, whatever that might be. When courses come online, there's always that, you know, the first year, and are we going to get 60 students and be able to run 2 sections of it? Are we going to get 23 students and make a decision about there's value in running this course to get the course going? So those are all those FTE questions that start coming up. And really, that's once the enrollment process starts.
And do we have an expectation of what the FTE is? I mean, one of the reasons has been given for not offering advanced calculus is that the FTE isn't there.
Yeah.
And then I guess the second is a question about how if this has any impact on what, I mean, for lack of a better word, like the most common like pathway is for math. Is this a separate like offshoot, or is this an additional course in the sequence for some that would then perhaps delay or prolong, depending on how one looks at it, like the math progression, and trying to figure out like the.
So what this course would offer is, instead of taking the algebra, geometry, algebra 2 progression as it sits today, is I could take an applied algebra, applied geometry, and applied algebra 2. I get the same credits, I get the same
In lieu of, like.
so I take algebra applied instead of algebra 1.
Okay.
Yeah, and so the courses are different. Maybe you can talk about, if a student does take all 3, what might they take in their 4th year? For those who, it's not often that students who have struggled have wanted to take 4 years of math in high school, but I think there's a hope. I have a secret hope that this might lead to a 4th year of math for some of our students who may not otherwise have chosen.
So a few years ago, we actually adopted an advanced algebra with financial applications. That would be a very reasonable place for students to go. Students, since it's the same content, we have for that cohort coming out of algebra 2, they can take pre-calculus, they can take advanced algebra with financial applications, they can take bridge to college math, and then we also have students who go the route of personal finance, because that's really valuable knowledge to have. So there will be options for where they go. And there'll be some who don't take a fourth year. But hopefully they'll continue and see the value in some of the math.
Well, thank you, Jen, for really providing that framework in that this is the same rigor. And it's not different. I think we really need to hear that. And I am on the same page where, like, for my social work students, when they have to take statistic or they're learning, they can take a class and they're learning the t-test and they're learning how to do the formula of the t-test. And I'm like, I don't need you to know. I need you to interpret the t-test, what it means and how you apply it. And so really when we learn about math, right, is how do we use it into the field that we need. So I really appreciate really communicating to our community that this is not lesser. And it is, and I appreciate you, Emily, in thinking about our different students and really different pathways, because there's so many different ways to learn math. And I don't think there is a math brain. I think we teach math in a certain way that might not meet the needs of all kids who are actually very good at math, but in a different kind of approach, right? So actually the hope of this, I think what I see in this is if we can provide, and I'm all about purpose. Why do students learn formulas if there's no purpose, right? So anything that applied to me, and I'm assuming that there's a purpose and they put real life experience, that we're actually increasing our base of those who are interested in math, right? And so that we're not only catering to maybe a special niche of students have gone into this traditional pathway of learning more theoretical math, but we're really creating this base of students who may be artists, who may be, very creative, who may be math, but then they are like learning to love math at a younger age. And that hopefully later on, our brain can switch anytime to be very more theoretical, right? But then if we're cutting them at a young age and we're already differentiating them from you're a math person and you're not a math person, and it's really the way that we teach. It's not the student's fault. It's a way that we have chosen to teach math in a particular way. So I appreciate that you're offering many different pathways and that we need to iterate that this is not less. It is just a different way to teach math for those who learn math in a particular way. And for a lot of us, we learn things better when there's purpose and when it makes sense. And, otherwise you'll see students like, so what's the purpose of this? So I appreciate this stuff. And this is why I think that when we think of Mercer Island and how we continually evolve in our privilege, is that we have teachers who are thinking about really making sure that we're differentiating our learning to the different needs of all of our students. So I appreciate you all.
My question is, thank you for all this information. I think this is a hugely important niche that isn't always addressed. Thank you for not calling it basic math. Seriously. So my question is kind of related to that. If this is why applied algebra 1 and then the other one's algebra 1, and I think that goes to the hierarchy of what's better. And I think calling it applied as opposed to basic, because it isn't, as you said, helps with that. But if we're going to call this applied algebra 1, is the other one theoretical algebra 1? And as an aside, what I'm thinking about is at least in my experience watching kids, a lot of the struggle really starts to be with algebra 2. And are we missing how we're teaching all of our students? The ones that are going to get it are going to get it no matter what we do and how we teach it. Why is the math department with our kids exiting and fleeing? We know the numbers.
You're asking CTE teachers who believe in applied learning.
Right, and so
we're all the young.
I guess
They are adopting a new curriculum right now that is very different than what they have been teaching in the past. And our hope is that this course could be taught in either place, either Crest or at the high school. I mean, we're sort of all one community. The reason for these particular classes was the state already had state-made frameworks for these with equivalencies the thought was that there are other courses that are equivalent, but wouldn't have the algebra in the title for universities. And the other reason is fiscal. CTE classes get more money. And so hopefully we can, recoup and use that in a smart fashion to help our kids.
I mean, is this gonna be explained in a transcript to colleges and universities?
slide means.
Well, I mean.
Generally, they won't even ask.
Yeah.
So
No, sorry, go ahead.
no, I mean, I guess I'm asking the wrong word. No, and I appreciate I mean, I really like this. That's not taking anything away. What?
So the math department is actually in huge support of a slightly different type of algebra too, because they see the number of learners who are struggling. And so as for, I can't speak to the teaching styles in other people's classrooms or the expectations, but they do understand that there is a group of kids that we are not meeting their needs, and how we believe to approach that is not always the same as teachers, but to give them some benefit of the doubt and knowing them, they genuinely do want students to be successful. We just sometimes have very different views of how that needs to happen.
Can I respond to Deborah? You go and then.
I think that we assume that the current way algebra or any math is taught is like the right way. Right? And it's not, it's just how a certain way has been always taught, but then that has been the pathway. And so it's hard to change this tradition, this kind of pathway of how we teach things. And so since you can't influence this pathway, what people believe, right? It is then, I think this provides start the movement to show that, hey, maybe they're the same, and that, hopefully later on, that it is really the same math knowledge, and that you can apply to become an engineer, right? And so I think when you go, but once at the BA level, when you go into college, there might be different tracks, but they don't look at applied math any less, right? Right.
Well, and it's interesting, you mentioned statistics, and I had to take business statistics, and you took statistics and social work, and I mean, and there's a reason. It's because it's focused on what you need to do in the area that you need to do it. So I guess I should just you're right. And it's the first step. And what I would love to see, I mean, we can talk about this when we talk about data, but how, just looking at the SBAC scores and maybe being able to differentiate for the 10th or 11th grade, whatever they do, the math SBAC, and break it down by the kids who take the applied and the kids who take the theoretical. I'm just going to I just think that would be a really interesting data point for us.
Also want to respond to your comments, to just kind of build on that and say, I do think there's some messaging that will be important for the district, both for parents and for students, to be like, well, what's the difference between these classes? Why would I want to take one and not the other? We just had, I don't know if you saw at our last meeting, Senator Wellman was here, and she was talking about what she saw in Finland and how interesting it was that in Finland, the tracks cross, and there's a lot of branches where you can switch back and forth between studying theoretical sciences and applied sciences, theoretical everything.
Which is how it should be taught.
Which is great, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I will say that when I was at University of Washington, I had really struggled with college level math and ended up taking a calculus class that was called Calculus for Biology. And so all of the examples were things like, there are cows living in a field, and like we're calculating the area as the field expands or whatever, or like yeast cells. And I totally got that because I didn't know how pistons worked. And my original calculus class was all about pistons and like
that's where the gender.
That's what
the culture comes in
gender
here.
bias and everything. But there was no stigma at all. You could take calculus for biology and apply to medical school, and everyone was like, great, right? So just to say that I think, like, I don't know that everybody knows really what applied whatever means. So just in some way, whether it's through like the paper or through, a video or whatever, just to get the word out, like this is how this class is different. Because also for kids who are like kind of math traumatized, being like, oh, like this is hands-on, this is more practical, may be a little bit less intimidating, so. I also wanted to ask whether, and this is from the marine science course, but in the section where it says targeted student group, is that just for us that we're seeing that description? That doesn't go in the catalog or anything like that? Okay. Because struggle with math, I think is kind of not like math positive language.
Earlier this week, we released a curriculum dashboard for students to explore about our course offerings for next year. And so information has started to be provided. I lobby with some of my students that I already have, hey, I think this might be a better fit for you because I see you here in this math support class and you're struggling with why we do this x squared plus x doesn't equal x cubed thing. That's a common one. And so the idea is like, hey, maybe you should try this different course next year and see if it works for you. So there is a little bit, on my end of trying to publicize, but Jen's really good at that. The other people who are really good at that are our 8th grade counselors. So Jen has asked that we go to the middle school and speak to the 8th graders, both Elise and I, about the marine science, about the horticulture, about the applied algebra 1 to help some of our students see some options.
And their parents too.
And their parents. I will be at 8th
I was
grade
at a-
curriculum night next Thursday.
I was at the high school staff meeting today and I know their students get all this information and parents are in, what happened at school today? Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then once you've had kids go through the class,
Right.
then you've got great like spokespeople, they can go and talk to the next year's.
Always the issue.
Yeah. Get it primed. Prime them on.
Any questions from the students?
I really appreciate this. If I could go back, I would take applied algebra 1. Math has been the class that I've always struggled with from kindergarten to now. It's just the class it never clicked. My dyslexia really affected how I did math and how I would how I still do math and how I interpret it. And it would be the reason why I'd go home to my mom in 5th grade and say, why am I not getting this? And I would feel less than my peers. Because my peers would get it with that itch and I was in learning support 1st grade through 5th grade. So now I see that doesn't make me any less of a student than they are. And I see that I'm still wildly successful in what I do. But math isn't for me and I needed and still need a different way of learning it. And I really believe and hope that this applied algebra 1 class will do that for many students. So they're still able to get their math requirements, still be able to learn, hopefully have some fun, be prepared for their post-secondary careers, but also make sure they feel confident in themselves, because if they're not feeling confident in math, they're not going to do it for a 4th year and they're going to build walls up and they won't, if you do really well in applied algebra 1, then maybe you want to go to honors geometry and keep moving on and maybe even do calc or something like that. But if you're struggling in algebra 1 or in geometry, why would you ever want to take a harder math class? So I really hope that this can help students feel confident in themselves and have them really believe that they can do great. So thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to echo what Andrew said, like algebra 1, it is what algebra 2 is. And when I see my peers struggle in algebra 2, it's because they missed something in algebra 1. And so I think this course can be really helpful just to lock in before you're getting to harder math classes, because everything is based on algebra 1.
Thank you. Colleges aren't ashamed about having different levels of math. I mean, there's calculus for biology and all that. Some are more accessible to a broader range of students, and some are more accessible to theoretical math majors. And, I don't think we should put shame on that. Right. So, I mean, I know you're trying to suggest applied algebra is name chosen, but all the students will understand that, I think, at some level, that they are different levels. I also do think that it's unclear, so that we prepare our math students for STEM-based math in college. I will say that I think maybe our current algebra class might need to be leveled up and to think about, that applied algebra is a useful course for people who don't know whether they want to level up on math. It's probably also a useful course for middle schoolers who, a course like algebra could be taken twice. Once as a middle schooler for applied algebra, and again in high school for, the regular algebra course. That happens in college today too. So no shame on that. And then I think the desire should be to find kids who love math and not be traumatized by math. And I think by offering some of these courses earlier and maybe to the student who gets a C in a struggling algebra class might get an A in this class because they just understand it differently. So I appreciate all that opportunity. What's the process for the course book for this, the textbook?
So at the moment, the plan, right now, I often have students switch in throughout the semester into classes with math because sometimes it takes a little while to figure out something's working or not working. So in speaking, I genuinely try and do things in the same order with the same base materials as every high school math class. And then just try and interpret every lesson in a different way. So culminating projects are very different, homework assignments are very different. But in order to make it easier for students who may need to move back and forth between different classes, and in order to have some consistency. That being said, Jen and I have talked about some supplemental materials. There are some fantastic concrete representational abstract type of supplemental options out there with labs for students to be doing to discover some of this stuff. Elise and I hope someday to partner on a lot of this, mix up some of the science and math, throw it together, make it more applied. I've talked with Scheidler about trying to add some art to the math and how to communicate the connections between those. But it's the same material. So it's just a lot of taking what it is and trying to just view it in a different way.
So it's the same textbook, more or less, would be the supplement, and then you'd be providing really the core learning from other material you find that are.
At the time I proposed this course, I did not know what the textbook was going to be for next year. And I know it's still not 100% approved, and I know there's still a presentation to the board about the new curriculum. And so I didn't know what would be good or wouldn't be good, and it is not. Choosing a curriculum is a huge undertaking. And so if this doesn't work, to try and view everything through a different light, which is kind of what I'm doing now with applied geometry. If that doesn't work, then I will probably be back with the curriculum. And
we'll evolve to the need arise. The goal really is to keep both programs together. So that should a student want to go back and forth, it's doable. What Emily is an expert at is taking that textbook that is already in place, that hopefully will be in place, and then teach in the methodology that applied algebra and applied geometry requires. And oftentimes that brings in extra enrichment, extra sources, extra core or supplemental materials, things like that. So in answer to your question, right now it's the same, but stand by.
I have a question, it's more for Fred. At what point does a course rely on supplement to such an extent that it's a curriculum that's different than sort of the base material? And therefore, would need to be approved by the
Yeah.
board and, you know, brought forward to the board.
Yeah, and that, we have those conversations around that.
And then, for instance, and for these courses, there be, I guess, where does that fall? Like,
Yeah, so we're gonna start with the base text that we're looking at and adopting for next year, and that's where we're gonna start. And the assumption being is that is the core text, and so the scope and sequence is there. The objectives of lessons are in there. Now, how they go about, those might be supplemented to some degree, but are we still rooted in the core? If Emily finds that she's having to go in a completely different direction, and even the scope and sequence is changing, the learning objectives of where it's going, then we'll be bringing you back a core
But
text.
I guess my question is like conceptually, if the course is different enough, right, that it merits a different course. Then it seems that the curriculum is different enough that it requires a separate board approval. And so I'm a little confused as to how we could have a new course without a new curriculum. Because then it's either the same course or we're using a curriculum that's not approved.
It's more about the methodology for the application.
Trying to think of an example. So you're taught to add negative numbers, you're taught all these rules. Then you practice adding negative numbers and you practice these rules, and that's that. So with some sort of applied course, what you're doing is you are playing with manipulatives. You're still learning the same target. You still may have the same practice, but the learning method is different. So I mean, all teachers sort of take the textbook and the lesson and deliver it in their own unique way. Some of the differences would be labs. I know lab is sometimes a tough word, but we're talking about speakers. And very different assessments. My students, for the most part, hate this. It's like a one-shot thing. It's very anxiety producing. I asked a student the other day and they're like, no, just give me a project, please. I'm like, it's a lot more work. She's like, I know. Please just give me a project, because this I know I can do and I can ask questions along the way. So it's about methodology and product, as well as a lens. There are textbooks and I can point you to them. That's a big undertaking. And as I said, I didn't know quite what the curriculum was going to be. The curriculum they're looking at adopting does have some applied pieces to it. But it doesn't have labs, it doesn't have experiments that we're matching the data to, it doesn't have the Vernier technology that I'm talking about, things that, but like we have these calculators that can take data. And that, you know, it makes a graph and then you analyze it and you can see that, like, you see the sinusoidal functions and the tides and things like that. But the idea is like still hitting the same targets. That's why it's the same base curriculum, but it's not that every homework assignment's gonna be completely different.
Yeah, I guess like, and this is maybe like, I mean, this isn't specific to the course in any way. And it may be something better for like a study session, but like one of the few like non-delegable duties of the board is to approve a curriculum. So conceptually, I'm grappling, like we begun this discussion by saying how these pathways are much different than like the current course offerings. But now we're sort of saying, well, it's not really so different that a new curriculum needs to be approved. And I guess there's a tension there, right? Not specific again to these particular courses, but just what are the board duties? What needs to be, when it came to Palo Alto School District and approval of the elementary reading curriculum that there was a debate and within Palo Alto. The reason it become politicized within Palo Alto is they didn't have a curriculum that they'd adopted. And so each district or each school did its own thing within the district. And they realized they were out of compliance and the board actually had to approve something. So I think there is sensitivity to that. Like we have to approve at the end of the day, the materials that are being taught. And again, something I think for perhaps soon for a study session, is when does a course become so different from like the material that we've approved, that we needed to approve that?
It's like the ship of
Like,
Theseus,
yeah.
like if you replace all the boards.
Yeah,
of the ship
yeah,
of
like,
Theseus. It's an
And
interesting question for
Good,
discussion.
good question.
So-
Yep, but we should keep going.
Yeah, no, but I think, you know, when we had a study session, we should talk about like outcomes and, but if we're using the same book, and it's different teaching methodology, really, maybe we should make all the current algebra classes called the applied algebra too. But since we can't, it is really, we could, you know, to kind of say all online, because we would like students to be more project-based. We would like every class to be more purpose, more real world kind of application. So I think kind of we are in that tension of how do we start to apply our UDL. This is what it is. You're using, we talk about UDL, but this is really a class that you're intentionally putting all these UDL values in and practices in. And is that substantial enough to do, it's not a curriculum, it's like a pedagogy, how you offer the class, but the outcomes are the same. And I think that that's what people, and maybe that's one of our criteria, are the outcomes substantially different. And I would encourage you not to look too hard for a curriculum, because sometimes, you know, when I look for books to teach, sometimes the best is really making sure that we understand our population, and we use different resources to augment. But the core is similar, but we're augmenting with what you think, because I don't think there is a curriculum out there that maybe is, and when we follow other people's curriculum, not a curriculum for our students. So encouraged to have that ownership to build all these resources to support needs.
And I think what you're discussing and grappling with as a board is what educators do, and that is at the end of the day, when we go to differentiate and we're going to change, you can change the content, the product, or the process. There's variations of that, but in this case, trying to keep the content the same, but the product and the process being very different. So great conversation to be had coming forward. Awesome to be offering this as a complement to our courses and opportunities for students, as Andrew was articulating, and Asha. So look forward to the journey ahead. Absolutely. So another course coming online, Marine Science. This is Elise Forrester, who has joined our district. Has it been 3 years?
I've been in the district 4. I started as a sub, and it's my 2nd year teaching.
Got it.
Wonderful.
Yeah, we're so happy we have her.
Yeah.
I'm gonna preface or introduce Elise a little bit in that this course, when in the world of CTE CCR, which you've heard from me before, we've got pressure points from all sorts of places. So one, of course, is how do we support each of our students? What can we provide, or what are we missing, or what can we bring in? Elisa's situation with marine science is we are also listening to the local workforce board. We're looking to industry, our local industry, what their needs are, and there's the need out there. We're also looking at our advisory committees. What courses do we need to bring on board to make sure our students are can find high wage, high demand careers?
Yeah.
And we're also looking at pathways, which pathways need to be fleshed out a little bit. So again, our students have opportunity, and that really is what it comes down to, is opportunity. And so Elise has been amazing in developing this course. Just as a preface, and she'll touch base on this, as we all know, our local industries, I think we're all aware of the aerospace industry and the our computer science with Microsoft and Amazon. We are also an enormously huge marine industry here. And so that is, there's a new high school that opened. That's what they teach, period. So this was very timely, and I so appreciate her. And I can't even tell you how much work goes into doing a new class. So grateful to you. And so to tell us what it's about.
Yeah, so the marine science course, so for a little bit of background of all of you, is I teach currently drones, engineering technology, horticulture, and advanced horticulture. And really, my goal is to try to expand on the agriculture and natural resources pathway and the CTE section is actually quite small when we look at some of our other pathways. The only other class in that pathway is the AP Environmental Science class. We are surrounded by our marine environment. There's shipping industries, there's research facilities, there's several university facilities. UW has even multiple facilities to study the ocean. And we have an amazing amount of resources around us that we aren't tapping into right now with our curriculum and with our courses that are being offered. But there's a high need for our students in both more approachable or more manageable science classes when it comes to the things that Emily was sharing with our students' struggles with math. There is a high number of students that are pushed out of horticulture every year that want to take the class because students that are placed in or students that struggle with math as a freshman are automatically placed in horticulture. There's no other option because the freshman science sequence starts with chemistry and physics. Being an algebra-based physics class, it's really hard to succeed as a freshman if you don't have a solid math foundation. But that unfortunately means a lot of students that take horticulture because they want to are not having that opportunity. So my goal is really to create a robust pathway for our students that one provides learning opportunities in a real world setting, much like Emily's math courses, that gives students application to real world phenomenon such as climate change and biofouling on ships. We're gonna see all sorts of amazing natural uses of our environment around us, but seeing that through a lens that's more applicable to things that a student might do outside of school, and being able to think about how that skill that they learn to clean a fish tank or that experience they were exposed to on a field trip could translate into their workforce and take them into a career. We see that the career outlook for many marine related careers, commercial divers, environmental technicians, animal care technicians, all growing fields with bright opportunities. I know just down the road, the Seattle Aquarium is currently building an entire new ocean pavilion, which is going to staff 10, 20, 30 more biologists just in that one building. Point Defiance Zoo and Aquarium is also expanding some of their facilities. We have the University of Washington Marine Science and Oceanography facilities just a couple miles northwest of us. Western Washington University has a marine science and marine biology program as well. We're surrounded by all of these great resources, and we're not tapping into them in a way that prepares our students to go into some of these careers. There's also a lot of skilled and technical institutes like diving institutes that can prepare students for incredibly, like astoundingly high wage jobs, making up to $200,000 a year as a commercial diver, like out of training. So there's a huge market that we are not exposing our students to, but also that a lot of the population Emily is trying to serve with her courses could also be served by the expanded agriculture pathway in this marine science course.
Questions?
Did you say you also do the robotics? Drones and engineering technology. Got it. Okay. I'm all over the place.
You can like, if you can fly it, grow it, and I'll flip it. I'm driving a bus next year.
That's great. That's just really exciting. Yeah.
our kids learn a lot about the aerospace industry in elementary school, which since I didn't grow up in Washington State was always such a surprise that my kids came home from third grade talking about like ailerons and stuff. And I was like, what? They learn a lot about salmon and they learn a lot about aerospace, but I love to see that.
Well, we can teach them more about salmon.
Well, I just want to say that plaque, thank you for this, because I think it is hitting a need, going through the course catalog with my kid who is not particularly attracted to science and looking for things that we can find that bring that interest in it, and animals is certainly one of them. And so you're just going back to my high school experience here. It was set up a little bit different, but we had one semester of biology and then one semester of animal behavior. And during that class, we got to train animals for like a month. And I got to train a rat to run a maze. Like we built the maze and then we trained them with fruit, I think it was Fruit Loops, whatever. And I mean, it was super fun. And obviously, over 30 years later, this is what I remember about high school, right? And that was freshman year. And so my sister trained a goat to jump up on a barrel and turn around the circle. And people did ducklings, and did you do that? Or but anyway, that's what I remember from high school. So like the more, we're so focused on the future that we sometimes miss our experiences in school. And those are the things that we carry with us. So thank you for that. And I'm looking for that kind of experience for some of our kids. It doesn't have to be, the highest intellectual thing. It's so thank you.
I did want to, sorry, can I just ask if this would then be part of that pathway with, so if this and the climate science class or climate history class that's not part of the same pathway? Okay, thank you.
So what I like about this is I like the interdisciplinary aspect that you're looking at biology, chemical, physical science, and through learning about marine science, you're taking all those in. And so it is going towards away from learning about biology, learning about chemistry. And this is a way to incorporate all of those aspects. And I don't think that we appreciate enough the interdisciplinary kind of how all things come together. And just by teaching isolated courses, we think students get it, but we actually have to offer an opportunity to connect for them. And then, so when they go to college, they're also learning more interdisciplinary, kind of making that higher level thinking instead of just memorizing things, but like, how does biology impact, all these other things. And so this is really unique, and I think that's really powerful that we need to really market.
Well, and you're completely correct, because it's like this, it says web, so, this course and then a biology course or chemistry course, I mean, it makes sense, right? So exactly right.
And I actually have the standards in front of me, the NGSS, that it would be hitting on 3 of the Earth and space standards, 4 of the life science, 4 of the physical science, and then also on an engineering standard. So there's all sorts of different things that we can encompass in this curriculum, but also make it engaging and exciting and approachable for students. And I know as myself, like I was always drawn to biology, but when it came to math and physics and chemistry, that was just, I was about to beat my head on my desk trying to get this math formula. And it wasn't until I was able to actually have some choice in my classes, when I was able to take an oceanography class, that I really came to understand how important the foundation across the board in science and math is, and that it really pushed me to seek out ways that I could improve those skills in myself. And I think all of our students deserve an opportunity to have a foundation across the board in science, but it doesn't have to be taught in a separate chemistry, physics, and biology class.
I'll also share, and I know we have, we're like chewing through time, we've got to wrap things up here, but we try not to use Elise. We want to keep her, right? But one of the huge things I'm excited about is she has deep roots with the aquarium. And that is, I'm really excited to see that partnership with our kids and the resources that they have available and field trips. And
Jen has already volunteered to chaperone.
Oh,
Jen.
Let's go out on a boat. Let's get you to the research vessel and go out. I'm ready. Let's go.
Friend is gonna connect us with some cargo float data. I've got some friends at the aquarium.
Friday cargo research.
Ooh.
There's a Mercer Island alum at.
Well, that's his list.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
are we getting, I want to on the cross-setting teaching, is that gonna be,
that's still coming.
okay.
Yep. All right.
Thank you.
I want to bring into the conversation Amanda Maddox and David Wilkie. They are the co-chairs of our social studies department this year. And this has been a multi-year kind of project, really thinking about how do we expand our offerings in ninth grade. And so they've been working with their team and their colleagues on a new social studies elective course. So I'll turn it over to Amanda and Dave.
Okay, so I think I'll just start with a little background on what we're trying to do. We've been seeing declining enrollment in our ninth graders for quite some time now. And currently, we were offering early civilizations, a year-long and a semester version. And just have less and less kids taking ninth grade overall. So that was one thing we really wanted to address. And part of that is generally the feeling that kids coming into 10th grade, especially trying to do honors, don't have social studies background, both in terms of skills and content that we would like them to have. So that's part of our motivation, in addition to just, standard FTE motivations. And so we've been in a discussion, like Fred said, for a while about how to deal with that. And we kicked around a lot of things I think the end of last year and early this year. And there was interest in human geography. And also an interest in a climate change course. And we spent a lot of time talking about those, and ended up feeling like both of them offered a lot of appeal to freshmen and a lot of good teaching opportunities and content. And so we came up with what you're looking at, which is honors human geography and climate change, which uses we're in the process of filling out paperwork for book selection for IMC pretty soon, for the human geography component. And then there is a nationally published curriculum for climate change that we're going to use. We are going to, and then with that, the idea is to keep the early civilization one semester class, because we're really trying to maximize offerings that hopefully offer something to everybody and get more students. And so the honors human geography will replace the year-long early civilizations course, which was not honors. And so this course will be honors. And so we think it has multiple things there that will appeal to students, and then we'll keep the semester course, because ultimately one of the things that really is affecting ninth grade enrollment that everybody's struggling with is core 24 and lots of really great courses offered by our colleagues and all kinds of concerns. And so we felt it was really important for those goals to keep a semester course in place as well. And so we're hoping that having those two courses will increase the number of freshmen we see in our classes, and we can better prepare them for 10th grade, and they can get some social studies and under their belt, and some writing skills and some background in things that we really like them to have in 10th grade, like world religions. And that's our plan. And we're hoping that that's what we see as an uptick in freshmen across the board. We wanted to appeal not just to highly motivated kids, but also have a course that could get lots of other kids in, because we felt that to some degree, what a lot of the struggling students we see in 10th grade need is just more time with the demands of, the humanities, reading and writing, and some experience with primary sources and those kinds of things. And so hopefully we have a package here that's a broad appeal.
Questions?
I'm just so happy to see this, just from a standpoint of like, what is our district doing to kind of help our kids education be relevant to the real world. And, you know, as I think a lot of kids have concerns about the environment in mind as they think about what they want to do going forward. And so to give them something like this, both as like a basis to help them with like building their learning skills in this area, but then also as something that they can then themselves put together across disciplines and be like, oh, like I'm learning chemistry that I can use with this knowledge, or I can see how I could major in blank when I get to college. Like this made me so happy when I was like reading through this packet. I was like, so lots of people I think will be really happy about this class.
No, I agree. And we assumed that a couple of years ago, I taught a University 101 class for freshmen. And our core reading book was by Naomi Klein about climate change. And I was so surprised that a third of my students did not believe in climate change. And I'm like, where have you been? And so sometimes we don't realize that something that we think are fundamental, right, that we haven't intentionally touched upon. And so students are way backward when they reach college. And so teaching this will get our students up to speed and ahead of the curve. And, you know, personally, I'm always like, I would take this class any day over early civilization. If I can type it, it's so much more relevant and really contributing to our, our society, right? And there's actually a lot of social justice. I hope there's a lot of social justice incorporated in this. Because when we talk about climate change, right, and like the movement of people and how that impacts, thinking about how that impacted different islands, you know, by the kind of what we do in America and how that impacts across the world, right? So it has a lot of global application as well. So I'm interested and excited where you're to take this.
Thank you. What's the textbook used?
Dave, you want to talk about the textbook, and I know you're in the process of that. Are you going to the instructional materials committee in March? Or are you coming up here in January?
Yeah, and I'm going to, Amanda's really been driving that in our department, so I'm going to punt to her for that answer.
Fair. Yeah, we have 3 textbooks that we've narrowed it down to, and we are in the process of getting student committee groups to look at them, to look at the diversity with the IMC feedback, as well as our supplemental about climate change. So we are aiming for the March date. And we're meeting next Wednesday as well to formalize some of those documents.
Thank you.
All right, well, Dave and Amanda, thanks for hanging in there tonight. And I know all the work, the process is not always linear, but really excited to see where this goes. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
And we'll bring in our last 2 presenters for tonight. We have Kyle Thompson and Parker Bixby coming out of our fine arts and performing arts, and more specifically band department. And Kyle and Parker, why don't you talk about both courses, and then we'll do questions together.
Sure.
And why don't you start with why don't you go ahead and start with your cross-age teaching, and then do the capstone second.
Sure, sounds great. I do just want to point out my colleague, my friend Parker here had to jump off. He's doing a national band director podcast tonight, so he hung on as long as he could, and maybe he'll bounce back in here in a little bit, but that's pretty cool, right? So here I am. I'll talk to you about these courses. The first, both of these I'm of course really excited about. For a long time, we have been excited about this idea of how can we connect students, especially in our medium, which is the performing arts, right, from younger students to older students. And I really think that there is a huge opportunity in our district. We're talking a lot about that each and every year, and each and every professional development session, it seems so far, we're talking about UDL and social emotional learning for that. And then after some really informal conversations with some of our students, we kind of found a need or an interest rather amongst our students for this idea of becoming a teacher themselves. So this idea is not one that's just unique to us. We found this this curriculum model, this class model through the University of Minnesota, and they also run this course called cross-age teaching all throughout many school districts in California. But essentially the goals of the class are to kind of create an immersive youth-centered mentorship program, and it culminates in peer-to-peer teaching experiences in the classrooms. And this would take place between high school students and elementary performing arts students, which we're really excited about. And specifically the elementary performing arts students is not limited to, but it would start with our 5th grade programs, of which almost all of our performing arts teachers already in our district are involved in our teaching, right? So a pretty comprehensive, in-depth program here. The course, at least how we see it today, will operate in really 2 main parts. The first part is a preparatory part, which would include a comprehensive exploration into pedagogy, classroom management, basic educational psychology, general music methods, so on and so forth. And then the second part would be observations of outstanding programs and teachers in our district. We would, send students into classrooms to observe what does great teaching look like? What can we gain and learn from the teachers that are doing an amazing job for that? And not just in our district too, but we have great relationships with great educators all across our region, really close to us too, and connect our students with those teachers as well. Ultimately, these students will start to kind of develop their idea and their teaching philosophy, and will identify some project-based learning projects. We'll start with maybe small groups of students and navigate into larger groups of students. And this seems to, at least in our eyes right now, that it'll overlap really well, because a lot of our 5th grade programs are already in the high schools in the morning as it stands right now. So that seems like these 2 could line up really well. I think through these established curriculums, we wanted to answer this question before we even presented this course. And I think that there are a few things that we've learned about this course that are really inspiring, at least to me, and hopefully they are for you too, but inspiring points of interest is the reality that younger youth look up to teen teachers, and youth often, not always, but often can learn more effectively from their peers. So, especially when the stakes are high and maybe students aren't relating to some of their teachers in certain areas, maybe they might just relate to some of their older peers for that one. I think what's also cool about this too is that teen teachers are always learning too. I think that, they're going to be viewed as maybe experts by their younger peers, but at the same time, they're kind of absorbing the information that they're going to teach at the same time, which is exciting in terms of the potential for growth. And then, of course, not everybody is going to be a teacher, although that this course certainly lends itself to that. I think that this course really offers itself to the students in it to gain transferable skills. I think teaching offers great experience that can translate to all sorts of future career opportunities. And I think that's really unique about this course in many ways. And then, I think the last thing here too is this course lends itself really well to some social and emotional benefits. I think teen teachers become more confident and competent in their role from week to week. So that growth is exciting and unique. Teen and younger youth practice relationship skills, including communication and social engagement. And the younger students are observing positive role models sooner, right? They can even maybe see pathways forward to what it looks like when I'm a senior. What does that look like, and how do they act, and what can I learn from that as well? And then on the last note, I think teaching is the greatest profession. And it's incredibly rewarding for me. And we don't really have a course at the high school right now that exposes students that are maybe considering this profession to be exposed to opportunities to do teaching or coaching or mentoring in a high school environment. And I'm excited to be able to get them in kind of on the beginning level, to be able to expose them to that, to help them decide if that's a career path that they'd like to navigate to after high school. So that's the cross-age teaching. Lastly, just maybe a couple points of interest. Number one, this is performing arts in elementary. The reason why we started with that instead of maybe a more broader spectrum of curriculum is that we're the experts on performing arts, right? And we want to make sure that we're set up. This is certainly a class, if it went well and the district saw the excitement in that too, is that a cross-age teaching course could bloom in other areas and other departments across our high school community and into our other communities too. So that's the first course. And then the second one that that I'm talking about is our capstone and beyond. And this is our college, once again, a college prep course that we designed to be inclusive of all students that are engaged in performing arts at the high school, not just the traditional ones, band, orchestra, choir, drama, so on and so forth. But we have all sorts of students that are world-class piano players that have taken dance since the time that they can watch it. They can walk. We have a tube and throat singer that's a singer on campus that records albums and is touring nationally with his family performing. So we have lots of facets of students that are really interested in performing arts, being a performing artist, going to school after high school, and being a part of a performing arts program. So that's what this course is designed to do, is to help them access that and help us clear the barriers to the pathways. Those barriers would be collecting, preparing, gaining feedback, and then putting together audition materials for all of the colleges that they're wanting to go to. And that varies from college to college to college. Additionally, some colleges want some sort of recording, so a full or half recital, which is an enormous amount of music to prepare for that too. And some students would just be really interested in creating a dynamic portfolio, right? Showcasing their talents that they would want to have available for their future use. That's a part of that. This course is really going to be project-based. We're looking to connect them once again with as many leaders of our industry and the performing arts in our region, and help them be successful moving their talents forward into their college experience through this class. So those are the two that we hope to run for next year, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, I have one comment and one question. So the capstone sounds great and it makes a lot of sense, particularly for those students that are very strong in fine arts. And as you said, want to take the time to develop a portfolio to be able to put their best foot forward for those colleges that, where that's the strength. My question is for the cross-age teaching. So from my own perspective and sort of thinking about it, my fine arts requirement was very stressful. Like other board members, maybe science and math requirements were very stressful. I would have, if the purpose of this is teaching and interacting, I would have loved to be able to satisfy my fine arts credit taking this course. I was not the most accomplished musician or fine arts student, but that would have been a way, in the same way we talked earlier for other alternative math and science pathways, that I think I would have gained valuable skills without necessarily being super strong and the performance aspect, and wanting to know how you think about the instructional aspect versus if aptitude is actually much of a requirement, or should it be from the students that are, that may be interested in this course?
Yeah. Well, that's a great question. We definitely talked a lot about that, right? Essentially you're saying it is, what if you have a student that is not very good, right? At their skill, how's that going to translate? I actually think that's a huge opportunity, right? To continue to move that particular student's musicianship forward. as well as, helping coach them through moments of achievement that we know that they're going to be successful at. I think really in reality, this course is going to be really individualized for each student and their strengths. And the projects that we create will help them incrementally move forward for that, instead of just kind of throwing them into the deep end and hoping for the best, I suppose, for that. So I think, at least how I see it right now, I think that we, of course, want the best experience for all of our students. We don't want to sacrifice amazing time that we get with our students because we're experimenting with older ones, right? Like, I think that that's really important to me, to make sure that that time is really valuable. So I think the planning and preparation, individualization for the students that do enroll in this course will be a successful outcome when we really look at it.
It's funny you mentioned that, Dan. When I was in high school and I got to UW, at almost the last minute, we found out I didn't have a fine art credit, and my vice principal was like, "You need to take a fine art," and I was like, "No," and I could take drama, and I was the worst. I played a part of a ghost, the dead grandmother that didn't talk. It just kind of follows random people around. I'm like, oh, please, and I hate this. So I feel you. But I love this proposal, and I'm actually thinking about how can we make it actually bigger, in the sense where when I see the cross-age teaching, I'm thinking of teaching and leadership internship. So this is for the performing arts. I think it's a great start, but I wonder in our curriculum, do we have internship credits, right? And how if we have an internship credit, we can kind of add in different things. And similar to what Senator Wellman was saying about creating this portfolio, this is like for the capstone again. I love this idea, and I wonder how we can have a general capstone, and this, the performer, is one. But the idea of creating portfolio projects, whether it's in science, whether it's in other things, right? I think it's also an amazing idea that if we can expand to offer all of our students. So thank you for starting this initiative. And I would just encourage us to think about maybe incorporating internship and capstone as part of our curriculum and start to expand in other areas.
I think, as you heard Kyle mention, they are not opposed to, what this might model for other departments, to give them credit. Our band program for many years has been out on the front edge of many things. And I think this is another example of really setting the pace for others to think about new and different ways of not only promoting at the high school, but reaching down into the elementary schools through that through line through middle school and into high school. That's been how they've been able to do it. But how do we translate that? I agree, into capstones, because we have students who are in the humanities, as Dave Wilkie was mentioning. What's a capstone project for that? A political science or whatever that might be. So I commend this team for thinking about this and also thinking about our profession, because we're oftentimes talking about how do we get people to want to become teachers. Well, let's let them be teachers when they're young, and that's what this is going to do.
I love that this is coming forward. I don't know if Jen remembers. I think we've talked about this in the past. I'm like, why are our high school kids not teaching our fifth graders or working with? And just for Dan, I mean, I love that you're kind of hitting both ends of the spectrum here. The fifth grade band, it's just not that tough to teach a fifth grader. Like, you don't need a huge musical knowledge to teach a fifth grader the music part, but other. And I'm not discounting our music teachers. I'm just saying even our middle school teachers have a lot to offer our younger, the fifth graders, when that's what I mean. I'm not taking it away. And I love that you're adding the teaching pedagogy to it, because a lot of our struggling students here, many are in band and that struggle to find a connection, and you're offering that connection from their music in a different way. And so much of our system is this hierarchy of who's the best. And this is going to provide another way that our students can feel connected to the music department. And then I agree, others, I mean, we could have kids teaching PE in elementary school, like as a PE credit or whatever, you know, I mean, there's so many things that could be done. I love this start, thank you. And I think the junior, senior capstone project, I have a nephew who's doing the whole musical theater thing, and it is tremendously expensive, time consuming, and you know, this really is providing an opportunity for all students, all of our students, rather than just those that can afford it, you know, to go hire a private teacher to do it. So, you know, fortunately, a lot of our students in the performing arts have that access, but a lot don't. And to be able to move on to the next level, you need these things. You can't get to the college level without them. You can get it then in college, but if you want to start off that way, you need this. So thank you for providing this foundation so that it's something that really is going to be able to be helpful for our students moving forward. So these are great additions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Students?
I think when Andrew and I saw this cross-age teaching thing on the agenda, it just got us really excited. I mean, it's a great, and the band program has always been good in creating a community, but this can be brought over in other programs and aspects. And I know individual clubs reach out to the elementary school and middle school, but to have an actual credit for it is amazing, and it will encourage students to get more interested in it. I mean, just creating that community it means so much for a fifth grader.
I love the capstone too, you know, we have it for marketing and radio and, you know, why not band? Director Lurie said it's a lot of time, and I have a lot of friends who are in band, and I know they spend many hours outside of school every night rehearsing and giving them time in school. So, you know, they also feel, it goes to that social emotional, they feel less stressed too. They have an hour where they can help them towards college, so there's less time out of school, more time of them playing in school, so it's out of school. So it gives them more time to do other things, do other homework, and it's also something meaningful for them too. I hope one day there's a capstone listening class where I can just sit and listen to all the instruments. I would take that, where I just sit and listen to all the different instruments and the piano for 30 minutes, and that's just a perfect class for me. But
It's called a concert, isn't it?
yeah.
Listening skills.
Yeah, exactly. So I think this is all just great. So
Thank you.
I went to take a jazz course in college to meet my liberal arts requirement, and I fell asleep in class every single day, and I kept having to drop out and like try again the next semester. Yeah.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
great, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. We're done. We're done. No.
3 hours later.
Yes, let's move on to 2C, students and governing board, student representatives report and proposed provisions. So Andrew and Ashley.
Yeah, so we're gonna start with our report, and then Asha is going to lead us into the changes that we're gonna talk about for board policy 1250. So we're gonna start with our report, then Asha is gonna lead us into that. Starting at our elementary schools, it was really funny, actually. We, at our last meeting, a lot of the students talked about iReady, and it was, and they really enjoyed it, which was awesome hearing from our instructional coaches saying that they were working with students on that. So that's just one point I want to say. They were really enjoying the social emotional learning and what that comes from iReady. So we were glad to hear actual student perspective of that working. Lake Ridge and West Mercer band and orchestra students will be performing for their 5th grade assembly on January 24th. Island Park and Northwood will perform their assemblies on the 26th. Lake Ridge is starting their 5th grade musical, which is The Little Mermaid. West Mercer is performing Annie tonight and tomorrow at 7 p.m. Highly capable testing is on, it was on January 10th for kindergartners and 2nd graders. And students as always, enjoyed the holidays. And they also felt like celebrating holidays were inclusive this year, which is always nice to hear.
The middle school had a big day on December 15th. They had their winter assembly, which leadership did a really good job of organizing, and we heard like spirit is high at the middle school. The orchestra, band, and choir had a winter concert on the 15th also. And the web leaders at IMS hosted a hot chocolate event on the 15th. The drama department is currently working on their spring musical, which will be Sleeping Beauty. And the Mercer Island High School chapter of the Science National Honor Society is hosting a middle school science fair.
I believe that was earlier today.
Yes.
I don't know if it was during school or after school, but that was today. And then at the high school, our high schoolers always enjoy the break, always ready for the next one. But looking before break, our school senate held a blood drive with the American Red Cross, and this was really cool to see. We had over 90 students who were able to donate blood, and another 20-30 students who helped with the logistics of organizing and running the events. They asked me, I can't do needles, but I have a lot of, for the people who can, it's just amazing. So we're really thankful seeing that go, and that's all students just out of school. That's just something they're passionate about, and there is a massive blood crisis in America, so it's really great. Leadership had their winter assembly on December 9th, which had our choir, cheer, and drill performance, which included our staff and administrators. It was great seeing Mr. Wold and other teachers up there doing high kicks. So they got out with the drill, and they were doing the performances on our with the drill, and the students went crazy. It was really kind of an electric audience there. During the winter months, just talking about some sports, we have our basketball teams, wrestling, boys squad, and girls gymnastics, and our co-op frisbee. Gymnastics had their senior night last night, which we heard went really well. The basketball team just got back from their Desert Holiday Classic tournament in Palm Springs, and the drill team will be competing in another competition at Redmond High School this Saturday. Finally, a school club, Pegasus, hosted the high school's first open mic night, which happened this past Tuesday. And the concert band intensive just happened last week, and they went to CISBUS, CISBUS, learning at the bottom of Mount Rainier, and just talking to some friends, they really enjoyed that. It was cool just to learn a lot, and also get to go away and have some bonding within the band, as we just kind of heard about. And then finally, the improv is hosting an improv show right now, which is probably coming to a close, but we're happy to see that. The improv shows, if you've never seen it, there's another one in spring. They're always fantastic. And it is really true talent, just coming up with things and being able to perform.
Yeah, so coming back from break, students have a lot to look forward to, including finals, of course. But DECA was on January 5th, and we had 57 students qualify for state, which will be in March. So that's really exciting. That's a huge group, and then hopefully some can move on to nationals. The high school has their finals from the 25th to the 27th. So we just are seeing students start to prepare for that as units wrap up and final preparation starts. Our school leadership and other school clubs are looking for ways to relieve the stress that finals can cause. The administration leadership class and student senate are all working on making sure there's no homework and projects over the past break and future break. It wasn't perfect at the high school this year, but we've seen lots of improvements over the past couple of years in general. And finally, the Black Student Union is hosting a dinner for all families of color that identify as Black or African American in the school district. This event will be at MIHS on February 9th from 6 to 9 p.m. And the high school is also having their MLK assembly on February 10th.
And then just finally, we wanted to talk about yesterday with the lockdown, because that is something that all of our students experienced. it's always scary going into a lockdown and having it not be a drill. So Northwood Crest, the high school and the administration building went into lockdown for about 10 minutes, but the students and staff did a fantastic job. A lot of students we talked to said they felt safe. They felt like staff knew what to do. Nerve-wracking, of course, because it's not a planned lockdown. But we were glad to see that it was a great learning experience for students and staff. And even though, we never wanted having that happen is something that I think hopefully students can reflect on, where if they weren't where they needed to be, next time they will be where they need to be if something were to arise. So it went as smoothly as a real lockdown could probably go.
And if I can just add on to that, because then I'll save it, I won't have my announcement at the end.
There you go.
I was down at Island Park when it happened. And so again, you never know where you're gonna be when these things happen. And some of the questions that I've received, and I put out a video message that Ian helped me with earlier today, just kind of talking a little bit about the lockdown. Many times when Mercer Island Police Department, when they're the ones who are putting us into lockdown, they will inform us. It's not like it happens often, but they'll inform us, here's what's going on. And we did have some community members asking, why weren't we more transparent with our students and our faculty when we were putting them into lockdown? And the reason is when NORCOM called, they did not provide any details. All we knew is that we were being put into lockdown. And so we didn't know if it was something in the neighborhood, something on I-90, or anything. And so because it was so short, it was over before we could even find out. So sometimes we are able to share information, sometimes we're not, but I agree. I think that all of the buildings, Boys and Girls Club and others did a great job.
I think that was something that students brought up. And Mr. Wold will be communicating that, a lot of them were like, well, I would have felt a lot better if we knew that it wasn't a super serious threat against the actual high school. But as we know, sometimes we just don't have the full picture and we just have to do what we got to do. But the students and staff did what they had to do and they did a good job.
I just want I started getting text messages at 2:45. I think like the moment it went into lockdown and frankly calls too. And I know some other parent leaders were as well, probably many more than I got. And it is so anxiety provoking, but now learning after the fact that it actually was nothing. It was a false issue. And then NORCOM didn't call the right people who probably would have asked those questions. But I think the messaging and, it did cause a tremendous amount of anxiety and, which is why we don't do the lockdown drills in the way that, they first suggested, because it's traumatizing to kids. And so I think just the messaging, I think everyone did a great job. I'm glad we had a scenario like this where it felt real, but it wasn't. And then also just, making sure that, there's no hiding the ball here. You will get, students and parents will get all the information that we have that is safe as quickly as possible. And if you're not getting it, it means the district doesn't have it. So, sending that message, I think is really important. And because that's what I was, the anxiety after the fact, and I said, I'm like, you can't reduce that, but just know that, do what you need to do and they're going to get the information to you as quickly as possible.
With that, Asha is going to talk about our BP 21250.
Yeah, so we have a marked and clean version of each of the BP and P, but I think we should start with how the votes are taken. So that was the biggest change we made. I think advisory votes are so new for our student school board reps, and I think it was good to clarify in the documents how we should go about them. So we have written that advisory votes should occur before the board vote and counted separately. Even if both votes happen at the same time, they should be counted separately. As in like 2-0 advisory votes, 5-0 board vote, and that type of language. The reason we made this change was to enforce our role as advisors to the board. By students voting first, it allows board members to understand the position that student representatives have before placing their own vote. And so the board members can have the most information available to them before their official vote is made.
Just real quick, and Andrews, it's on page 2, sorry about that,
Thank
number 7, yeah, of course. And so, again, a lot of this, just really quickly, there's a lot of red, a lot of it, if you read through it, it's just short, just updates, with words, and, we worked with, Director Tucker on, editing a lot of these words and so on, but as Asha said, the biggest point to this is that advisory votes and having that as a procedure. So
Yeah, we've made a lot of changes, like student council is now student senate, and it's just small little things like that that need updating. But another thing we did update along with the grammatical language things was the requirements to be a student school board representative. And I don't know what page that is on, but
yeah, number 4. Under qualifications for application.
yes, so there was some language about like having proper academic standards and all that, but we just clarified it so it's more clear. And so the requirements there is to have at least a 2.0 GPA or higher. And signing the athletic code of conduct and not be failing any classes by the end of the semester. These are all requirements that you have to meet to play a sport. And I think the reason we did this is because your time should be academic and school focused first. And so this is a big time commitment, just as athletics are. And so we should hold our student school board reps to the standard, especially because they are representing their peers, so.
Yeah, and we think, you know, we want to try to remove as many barriers for people to one day hold these positions, but we also understand that you are struggling through your classes. The last thing that you should be doing is go to a 5-hour board meeting on a Thursday afternoon. So we really wanted to make it where, you know, you don't have to be a 4.0 student because, you know, I'm not a 4.0 student. But we also don't want struggling students to struggle even more because of this position. So we think that these are very fair qualifications. I think Asha really summed it up. If you go to the board policies and just a couple of paragraphs, Director Tucker and Director D'Souza, we sort of just worked on making it really coherent. So when in attendance, we say that the student representatives can elect to have an advisory vote, and that just says it there. And then in the policies, we share that the votes will be read as student board reps first and then the board. Question, comments, thoughts? Yeah.
I appreciate how thoughtful you guys were and how balanced you were in thinking of doing all this stuff. I like what you said about reducing barrier. And one thing that when I look at this about reducing barriers in the application process. Number 3, students must submit 2 reference letters. If we're talking about, we look at our data and we're talking, the data shows that our students of color do not feel like they belong as much or they have as much connection with our staff and teachers, right? And so when we ask for letters of recommendation, we're assuming that they have this relationship. And so this means that we're putting students of color, or we're putting students who are more introverted, quiet, may not have that relationship through no fault of their own. It is, I think it's a barrier for a lot of students, especially also English as a second language student, right? Who just recently came here and may not have that relationship yet. So for this, I'm not gonna But I just want us to think about it, how important it is for us to think about.
I actually think that's a great point. I think maybe we could consider changing it to say like one letter must be from a district employee, another can be from a community contact, because that could be somebody who speaks their first language, that could be someone that they know through like church or volunteering or through their family or
So
whatever.
I guess I would ask, like, what is the purpose of the letter recommendation? You know, is it a character reference? Is it like, do we want to? So just as we are asking for these things, when you're balancing the thought of, 2.0 GPA, we want to balance the fact that they're not struggling, and you know, and how they have time. And so when we have these things, we always have to think, what's the purpose? And so, of course, they're not going to bring letters of recommendations that this person thought, right? So they're all going to be good letters of recommendation. Does that really give you? So I'm just kind of throw it out there to think about the purpose, what we're trying to glean from these letters of recommendation, and how do we think about making sure that this reduces barrier and still get the information that we want to, but the, you know, and is it a position for all, or is it only a position for some? You know, and I see that you are thinking about, it is a position for all, except for those who are struggling. But then what kind of character are we looking for a character?
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point. I think the intention with the reference letters is being in this rule. You have to be able to communicate with teachers, paraprofessionals, administrators, district employees, but.
So do we put it there? If that is, then we should put that.
Yeah, so that's, well, and then, you know, I see your point about barriers if. Two is difficult, you know, also with the board, or being with the rep is also reaching out to the community as well. So I see that, I think that's something that we should definitely talk about and either have a more, be intentional with why we're asking for it. Or maybe think about changing it to, lowering it or changing the application process. So, and I think another reason too, for this is we also want serious candidates too. We don't want 500, not 500, 50 people applying for the position for the committee to review. It's also more just people who are serious are gonna go out and ask two teachers and really want to do it. Not that we ever want to limit anyone, but you know, we want people to make sure they read through everything, they understand the workload it's going to be, and then once they do all of that, they also have to get reference letters from hopefully a district member who knows that it is a hard job, and that the hopefully the teacher says also that the student can handle it too. It's something that I remember when interviewing for Asha, I looked for, you know, can Asha handle, can blank student handle this? And if the teacher, some of them even said, you know, I think this might be tough for the student because they're already doing X, Y, and Z. So I also think another reason for those reference letters is to see how the teacher thinks they would respond to another role.
I also think we could consider peer letters of rec along with a district employee, maybe we have one of each, because I think a big point of the reference letters is that you're able to connect with the people around you. And in order to be in this role, you have to be able to do that. It's a necessity to relay what students and teachers and whoever are feeling in the school. So maybe we can look at that and do a district employee and a peer, because your peers see you in a way different light than your teachers do. So
Reference letters also, in some ways, are not restrictive. They're actually opening doors. Are you going to be judged by a few people who are going to judge your application with a limited amount of information, or are you going to allow your judges to be references you select? So actually, a good reference opens a judge's eyes to a candidate in many ways. It eliminates barriers, it eliminates bias in other ways. So it can go both ways.
No, I totally agree. It's just like every year I write at least 30 letters of recommendation because all the students of color ask me. And they feel very intimidated by their white male professors. And so then they pick me because they feel more comfortable. And so I always say yes because of these things. And so just, you know, on the other side, just know how sometimes it's really hard for folks to ask for letters of recommendation. And so, just something for us to think about. I'm not gonna stop or make changes here, but I think we should kind of think about the purpose and the characters, traits that we want, and how is it reflected in the.
And it's a first reading, so we
Mhm.
can, you can think about
You
it,
can think
and
about
then,
it.
yeah, and then I see it, we can.
I'd love
We can
to
discuss
see
or-
some change made in that one way or another, either like just say at least one reference letter has to be from a district employee, which just leaves it open. Or you could say that you could specify that the second can be a peer reference. I love that idea, because who knows what a high school student can handle better
To each other.
than a fellow.
Well, I mean, or you can just leave it open. I mean, like,
Yeah.
right? Like, I mean, like, if they, you know, if they have a great peer recommendation and a great like extracurricular that's not associated with the district, and like that's what they, like, that's the foot they want to put forward, right? Like, I'm not sure, at least from my view, sorry to weigh in, just be like 2 recommendations, leave it open, like who they're from, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like, but anyways, it's a first reading, so.
Well, and if this is the only problem, then it's a pretty.
Yeah.
I mean, I was ready for some more heat. I mean, we can take this.
Hey, it's
Thank you.
thoughtful.
Yeah, I was concerned about the 2.0 and no failing, but you. did well. So,
It's objective.
I appreciate that.
And we talked to school board reps across the state, you know, some actually removed it, some added it, and we really believe that it's the best. It's the best because, you know, our roles are to help students succeed and to get their voices, and we also want to make sure that it's helping students be the best they can, and if it's too much to take on, there's too much to take on. So we talked a lot about that, and we think that it's the best choice, and in a couple of years, if we ever want to look at it, then we can, but we think from what we've researched, and even last year with Superintendent Kowalski, she sent articles about school board reps and others, we kind of just think that this is the best of all. Out of everything, it's the best, so.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So we'll bring it back with changes next time for another reading.
Yep.
And action. Okay. Okay. Let's move to 2D, budgeting and financial planning.
Great, I'm going to turn it over to Director Sullivan here in a moment. Just as a reminder about upcoming updates to you. We have our study session next week on the 19th, where there'll be ongoing conversation, and then again on January 26th, you'll get the next iteration of the budget dashboard. And you know, budget's going to be a part of basically all of our discussions heading forward, but we wanted to give you just some quick updates and a prelude to what you can expect as we're moving through. Solid.
Thank you. Just to highlight, as presented at the October 13th, discussed at the December 6th meeting, we are still on track for our scheduled budget calendar for 23-24. Obviously, with the legislature in session this week, as it moves forward to roughly the end of April, there may be some changes to this kind of living document, but as we know, you will know as we move forward. A couple of the bullet points here, interfund loan repayment update. We are working as we speak to repay that loan. Our timeline is still in place for the next 30 to 60 days to hit that target. As you may know, the $2 million loan was taken in 2 parts last year, $1 million in March and $1 million in June. We hope to have the first $1 million paid off, as we have a lot of kind of due crumbs in our ledgers to track all of the transfers back and forth. By the end of January, you'll see that on the financial dashboard, the widget, as I like to say, at the February meeting, at the end of February meeting, it'll show up there, and then fully paid off by the end of February, if not early March. As a part of that research, to make sure that we're crossing our T's and dotting our proverbial I's, we found we do owe 2.04% interest on that $2 million. Speaking with the King County Treasury, they operate that interest from the King County investment pool, get this right, gross pool earnings rate. So we'll owe about $40,800 on that $2 million loan to ourselves. So that will be a part of the payment. Any questions on that?
Does that just mean you've got a 2 million plus 40,000 paid back
Yes. Yeah, to our themselves.
to our, okay, yeah.
Budget dashboard, anticipated ending fund balance. I know, I think we briefly spoke about this at the year-end presentation on December 6th. Myself and Kay Adams, our Director of Finance, our hope, our will was in the nascent stages is to hit a target of around 3 to 3.5 million for ending fund balance. That is very early, don't hold me to that at this point, but as we move forward, as we reconcile the books, as we dig through all of our finances, that is our goal. We believe we can hit that or at least around there. But as we go forward, like I said, you'll know every step of the way. And I think as Director Glowacz has said astutely, it'll take 3 to 5 years to get to our target. It will not be an easy process. And then finally, I think Superintendent Rundle alluded to, or at least stated, at the January 19th study session next week, there'll be an update for the long range facility plan.
Questions?
Thank you very much, Matt. Glad you're helping us get back on track on this. This is very, very important, so most appreciated.
I'm hearing fantastic things about the budget 101
The road show.
presentations. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also very good feedback about that. Good
We've
job.
been on the road for a week now.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 minutes or something. Thank you. Why don't you head out? Okay, because you're done.
We're trying to go.
Trying to say, how much you started for tomorrow morning meeting?
So let's move on to 2E. Information on upcoming proposed revisions to board policy 4040, public access to school district records.
Great. This actually came up a little bit earlier on in the meeting tonight, when we were talking about public records requests. So this is going to be in 3 parts. Tonight is just broad overview, general thinking, for you to be able to see what's going on around other districts. And then the next meeting on the 26th, we plan to bring language. And then hopefully then on the February 9th meeting, you'll have something to potentially consider for approval in terms of how we change things. So I'm going to turn it over to Director Battersby and have her talk us through what she's finding. And along with Ms. Mueller over there, who's been working behind the scenes and tracking down data. So
Yeah, so as you can see from the attachment, which is sort of smaller, but I can see it on my own computer, is we're proposing basically a change to the Mercer School District Public Records fee policy. Our policy is pretty sparse now, and it is much more limited than would be allowed under the statutes that govern the fees for public records. As we discussed and learned more and more over time, their public records are not a costless process. And the fees that are in the statute are not designed to prohibit or limit public access. It's just to make them a little bit more affordable and to take some of the burden off the public entity for providing these records. So WASDA had made recommendations that incorporated the fees of the statute, which has been adopted by many districts. Looking at that as well as other public agencies such as the city, and other cities of Bellevue, Norcom, etc. We sort of went through and tried to make sure that the proposed fee schedule aligned with what we would want were we to adopt a similar schedule for a district. If you see here, there's the current district policy. And again, highlight, we don't have a very robust fee schedule, and we really don't deal with the cost of providing digital records, which is substantial, especially since most of our requests entail doing extensive search through emails and other electronic medium or scanning. We do a lot of scanning. We take a lot of physical records and spend hours standing at scanners, scanning them in and then processing them. So the proposal differs from the WASDA model and in the way shown in blue. And you'll see that there's a proposal for outsourced copies of large format plans, including maps. is by vendor invoice, when we're talking about physical records, where everything else is printed page. That differs from both WASDA and the current MISD contract, but is consistent with, for example, the city of Bellevue, Mercer Island, I think Tahoma was another one. So that there is precedence for that. And the reason for it is that we have in the past had requests for copies of very large plans. And that's something that we cannot do in-house. We actually do have to outsource them, which can be at significant cost. So if you want to, the blueprints to try to copy that, it's not something we can just run up and do at the photocopier. So it's just to reflect the realized cost, and it is allowable under the statute. Our current proposal under electronic records, all we have in our current policy is basically cost for the device to transfer it if you choose device over Dropbox. And most of the time we provide records via Dropbox. So we are going to be moving to a different system, which is we're hoping to use GovQA. But what we've been using is Dropbox. There's still some people that would prefer to actually get a device, which we charge either $2.50 or the actual cost of the device. And that's all we have for digital records or electronic records. Where the policies and the statutes that are proposed, the WASDA model policy, as well as what we're proposing tonight, and the statutes allow for a 5-cent charge for every 4 files or email attachments. The scanning of records is 10 cents a page. The actual cost, there didn't seem to be a rationale for having $2.50. When we would just, it makes more sense to try to charge the actual cost because it fluctuates over time. And transferring up things in electronic format at 10 cents per gigabyte transferred. And video reproduction, it's video invoice if outsourced is what we're proposing. If we can copy it ourselves, that's fine, but sometimes because of the nature of the content of some of our video, which would be like bus video or things out in the playground, etc., there's identifying student information that needs to be processed so that we can actually give it to the requester. And sometimes we can't manage that in-house.
So I have a question. I'm trying to square like the change in fee proposal to some of the public record requests and the cost that we reviewed. And so like looking at this, I look at use of FTP or cloud drive service or emailing records, 5 cents for every 4 files. So that's like every dollar gets you 80 files, right? So 100 files is what are we at? Like 8,000 files for $100, which like, I guess my point is, well, yeah, when I'm looking at these, like, it seems like the dollars are actually pretty nominal compared to the cost, unless it's because we're providing all of this via hard drive, and then the actual cost when it says electronic records, we're not talking about like the USB stick, we're talking about everything that went on, to like provide that. So I'm trying to like understand, like, are we talking a few $100s in fees here against our $100,000 plus in public records request? And if not, like, I mean, if that's the case, like, fine, but like, big deal. And if it's substantial, like, how is it gonna hit? Like, and what assurance do we have then? Because like some of these requests are very expensive, that we're not using that as a way of being unresponsive, saying, hey, it's gonna cost $10,000, but we understand precisely, look, like what you really want, is this, and it's just gonna take, $10 of our time, right?
Right, so the fees adopted by the legislature, the fees promulgated by the legislature that we have to follow are relatively nominal. They don't want to have a chilling effect on the public's access to records. And we really do try to provide the most meaningful assistance as possible. But having some fee, I think the theory is that you recoup some of the cost. And I suspect it's also, it does at least have make it more natural to go through the process of, okay, I mean, $100 for you or me maybe isn't a lot, but for other people it might make them think about like, okay, what do I actually need versus I mean the last 7 years of having email that involves the word dog, right? Or student or equity or whatever. And I'm not trying to make light of any requests,
But you
But,
still get 80 records for $1.
Right.
Right, you know, like.
Pause.
but maybe also for things that are outsourced, I think that's significant, and the fees can be compiled, but the statutes and legislation, they don't want to make it impossible for
Yeah.
public to access records, and so I think there will be a cost to people. I'm not gonna say it's never gonna be a large amount, because I think we've seen some record requests that are enormous, so I'm sure there are people who pay significant fees across the state, but to people who have adopted the permissible fee schedules, but it's been set by this legislature who has sort of already weighed the risk reward of access to public access to records versus recouping even a small amount of, right now we get nothing.
I mean, I guess like the thing to be useful then is like, if we can make another column in that annual report, which whether we want to keep it annual or not, that says like the actual cost. As well as like what the proposed, fee if any would be. So like we can just see like in reviewing it that these are the,
Here's what we recoup.
Well,
yeah, this is what we recoup and,
that would be somewhat challenging because just to be transparent, I think it'd be challenging given what we've tracked so far, because we were not tracking the gigabyte and information transfer, the specific file. What we were tracking was page number. And one file may have 200 pages, so it's not necessarily gonna.
Your biggest cost though is going to be physical record conversion and video conversion, right? Those are your biggest costs. Anytime we have a real piece of paper, we gotta scan. And anytime we have a video, we've got to go send to a vendor to have edited. Any other cost is probably nominal, less than $100. Even the gigabyte transfer is
Yes,
less than
I wouldn't
$100.
anticipate this to have a chilling effect on.
Yeah,
on.
except for the physical scanning. I don't know how many physical records we have to send and how often that happens.
So one thing to keep in mind, and this is more for the public and less for you, because I know that you're well aware of it, but this is only applied to public records, not student records. The majority of our scanning tend to be student records if we're going to be scanning things. It could be work products or whatnot. Our public records don't tend to be, correct me if I'm wrong, but they tend to be electronic already. So none of these fees apply to student records. This is only public.
I would say there's certainly more scanning for student records. There have been scanning intensive public records, but they're more limited.
Like the blueprints, for example.
Yeah, I mean, that was hugely problematic and trying to take zoomed out pictures and try to convert it into some sort of digital meaningful thing.
And the bus video and such might also be a public record that's requested.
Right.
Mhm.
And that's one where then blurring out faces and those things that require the production.
But do we allow on-site inspection for
Yes.
those where it's costly? So like there is a way for review of the information, but those where like the actual production may be costly. It would just be.
Yeah, on-site inspection is no fee.
Yeah, okay.
And we regularly have families come in and view surveillance video, for lack of a better term, either from our vehicles or in the school buildings, in the halls, whatever. We just schedule by appointment. They come in, they view it, and they can view it as many times as they want, and we will retain it for them once requested, because it becomes part of our public records. We retain it consistent with the Public Records Act, but we will retain it longer if there's a litigation and that kind of thing. So our video records are accessible. And frankly, sometimes it takes a while to process video too, so it's generally to the requester's advantage if they want to know what's on it, just come in and see it first, and then they make a determination whether they want us to go through the process. And I will be fair to members, our families and members of the public. Very often they'll come view it a couple times and they know that we have it, and really they just appreciate being able to see the video footage in a timely manner. And it's less about the copy and more about just knowing what actually happened.
Can we include a link to the RCW that allows us these charges of wherever this gets finally published? And also, it seems like the disclaimer about student versus public records deserves a notation at the bottom too.
Great idea.
It's interesting that the WASDA is not on the WASDA recommended model does not have charging for like video reproduction, because that seems like a significant.
It could be just immersion, maybe there's behind involved.
Yeah, and it's only about, I mean, we do it, so if we're able to do it in-house, we would always try to not, because even at the rates, we try to not cost the public, those requesting or the entity itself, the agency, the commercial school district money if we can. The idea is to reduce costs. So we do try to do internal processing, but if there's some reason we have to outsource, and it could be as simple as, you know, the thing that they want to view includes a no photo student, like a student who, or something in the video reveals something about the student's educational plan, and that's problematic. So, and what that could look like if I'm a student who has a para with me at all times, and I'm in that video, and there's no way to get them out without also eliminating what's relevant for the requester. We can't be that granular in our blurring. So that gives an example of why we would have to outsource it, but to be honest, we would hope not have.
So, every PTA request, you know, a student list. How are we going to collect 5 cents from every PTA?
The way the policies would be written is that we may request this, and we would just have to make sure that we were doing.
Well,
it in a-
no, I don't think there's a may here, actually.
Well, this
I
is-
think maybe just like, maybe we could just make the policy like that we will, you know, seek reimbursement for, you know, amounts over $5, like under the fee schedule. I feel like that would give a lot of.
And
It's like, and there's a de minimis like waiver of anything under $5, right?
Right, and I think that the policy, the procedure itself, so this is just like this is just highlighting the change in the fee schedule. Did say something to the effect that up to $2.
Okay.
We can choose not to, we may choose not to. charge.
I would just make a blanket and maybe increase it to like $5.
Yeah.
Well, the
Just so
question,
that it's
do we
applied.
get useless requests that are then never used, never accessed in that sense? And even a 5-cent fee would prevent those type of things.
There's language in the policy and in the statutes that allow us to consider requests abandoned if they don't pick them up. And I would be very leery to suggest that any request would be useless, but there are requests that are abandoned, or they don't seem to be pursued. And there is language already in our policy, and we're gonna, in the draft that we're gonna bring forward, we'll refine it slightly. If you fail to clarify what you want, or you fail to collect, be it digitally or physically, it's considered abandoned. Your request is considered abandoned after a period of time that's defined and a warning, and we will close it.
Can we?
And we have closed requests.
Can we maybe consider like assessing a mandatory fee without the de minimis waiver for non-island residents to at least try to screen out? Like,
No.
would that be like non-compliant with?
That
law?
would be
Like, if we have a-
Any member of the public
Like,
can ask it, yeah.
It would be nice.
Well, you know, or.
No, I get what you're saying.
You know, like, I mean, not that it's like.
I mean, I was thinking if we could carve out an exception for a school, related organization like PTA, but. Yeah.
I think
That's
anything
not
that
gonna-
shows favoritism gets us in trouble. I like the idea of a minimum size, you know, anything under $5 or $2 is not. Is
Yeah.
waived.
So why,
So, I mean, mine, by the way, just like wasn't for favoritism, but like that would actually be reviewed, right? Where like, you know, like the waiver of the $2 or the $3, like that's not material, but it's an extra like hurdle. So if it's just like a bot essentially sending out like blast requests.
Well,
to
you're
districts,
talking about the nation,
like
the companies that are doing.
yeah, like then it's not really gathering anything, and it's just like creating a little bit of, you know, sand in the gearbox, like to.
Yeah, that's the
for
concern is the bots are prevented by the 5-cent charge, but if we don't have lots of bots requesting, then, you know, let's not worry about it right now.
Yeah. Well, and I can review it when we bring forward. This is just to give you a preliminary view into what we're thinking of in terms of changes, just knowing that this is a matter of public interest and of your particular interest. And that, as I said, it is not designed to make it impossible to
It
access
seems
that.
very reasonable. I'm really happy to see this.
We'll bring the language then to you, both in terms of the policy and the procedure, at the next meeting for further discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. And we won't take action next meeting either, right?
No.
So we'll give the goal is to give the public opportunity to comment. Okay, we're moving forward, chug. 2F. Communication and support to the board, annual agenda planning calendar, proposed revisions.
So we're just catching up on some cleanup to make sure that we've captured things and that if we're gonna make changes, that we're being transparent with the public. So these are all, this is really just making sure that your 1008 is really reflecting what we've been doing with meetings, or if we've added things or changed them. So it's really cleanup, happy to ask questions, but this is really just a matter of being, it's a formality, but I think it's important for the public.
Sounds good.
Yes.
Yeah, so do I see just change the time slot on the meeting is there,
Yeah.
and then.
And then the next one is, we added a linkage session. And then we've adjusted some of the PTA linkage pieces, and then the retirement celebration. We're doing a little differently, and so it's just making sure that what you agreed to in August. That you're notifying everyone that you've agreed to different changes along the way.
So we will take action today if there's a motion.
And we approve board policy 1400.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, students first, and board directors. Aye. Opposed? So that's 2-5-0-0. 2050. There we go. That's the right way to do it. Okay, let's move forward to full governance process monitoring, 3A, fundamental 2, high academic achievement. Great.
Yeah, we're gonna promote Director Williams, so Nova Williams is gonna come into the conversation. We have pulled together our data for you to review and to be able to see what we've been measuring underneath fundamental 2 over time. We have the profile, the AP addendum, and then our comparison addendum with SBA scores over time. We put in kind of some general overview components there. I think one of the important pieces just to remember, SBA has gotten a little bit out of cadence. And so last year was kind of the last catch-up year where our students took two assessments in 1 year. So we can help kind of clarify any of the data components there. So happy to take questions or dive into certain reports that you want to pay more or closer attention to. We're here to answer questions.
Yeah, I guess for me, and maybe it's more broad. I was looking at the previous or the current superintendent interpretation of fundamental 2. And it's actually quite different than our fundamentals, which say that we'll offer the most rigorous education. There's none of that language and the most recent interpretation of the fundamental. So I think there's actually a tension between that. So I think we're certainly in compliance with the current interpretation. I don't think that the current interpretation is correct. Because I don't, and I think that's reflected in the data that we're providing, like SPA data. I've said this before, but I don't think it really says that we're achieving the highest academic standards in our district. It tells us how many people are passing and students are not fair, is what the SPA tells us. AP tells us something, but it doesn't say that we're offering the most rigorous fine arts pathways. I mean, we just found out about the capstone project for fine arts and how that will put students in a position who want to go to Juilliard or, the Peabody like conservatory or other prestigious, Parsons School of Design, RISD, how to achieve that. We don't have anything here about how to position students who want to go to the top STEM schools to achieve that, which I think is all required under our fundamental. But again, limiting ourselves to the fundamental as interpreted by, it's all coming up on 4 years ago, or a little over 3, I guess. It was November of 2019, where it says that our standards should just be the same or higher level of cognitive demand as is defined in the Washington State Learning Standards. So I guess that means our level is the same as the base minimum required by the state. Yeah, I think we've satisfied that.
So we've raised the topic. Next time we will do the language review.
Yep.
So that we will continue that discussion with the language review. So typically we put these on the consent agenda for language review. We can create some time next time for it. Great. But let's move on to the rest of the fundamental. Are there any other questions on the rest of the fundamental? And students? Any other highlights you would like to present, Fred?
I think a couple of things that I would add in there. We are looking closely at, how are we doing, certainly relative to our other school districts, and who do we compare ourselves to? Because those are the students that our students are oftentimes competing against academically as they're getting into colleges. We continue to do quite well, obviously, against the state, but how are we doing against some of the other students? And I think there are some interesting areas for us to reach out and continue to collaborate. Bainbridge Island comes to mind with some of the scores that they're receiving. When we look at our AP information, we are starting to really climb back to the pre-pandemic levels in terms of the number of assessments that students are taking, which I'm really happy to see. We're not one of the districts that requires a kid to take the AP test if they take an AP class. That is a requirement in some districts. And we've continued to give students the opportunity to make that choice. We also have some students who take an AP test without taking an AP class because they've pursued it either outside or they have particular interest. And so it's always interesting to see what other assessments that students are taking, even if they didn't take the class as a whole. But I circle back to recovery and that word that's been bantered around or tossed around. I think we've moved past that quickly to look towards, it's not about recovery, it's about advancement. And how do we really start continuing to push the envelope as we add in new curricula, and we talked about this at this table. We'll be getting some benchmark data coming up with iReady at the semester. And so Nova, I know you want to talk a little bit about kind of some of the assessment plans with iReady and how we might be able to share some preliminary data coming up this winter.
Yeah, sure. So we had a great day today with our teachers and principals and coaches as we did walkthroughs for our curriculum. I think Fred mentioned that earlier. So that was really exciting to see the kids and teachers engaging with that work. And we have a second one planned later. Our leaders and coaches are really digging into the data, and we're wrapping up sort of our final bits and pieces around, hopefully before January 30th, of our diagnostic, our second window of the diagnostic. So our teachers returned, some of them administered it right off the bat because it prompts kids to take it as soon as they log into their iReady portal. So some of them have taken it, and then other schools are planning to take that at a designated time frame so that they can make sure they get a little bit of instruction in before they get that data back. And then on January 30th, we are engaging in a full day PD with iReady. And during that time, a big focus around that will be around the growth data for kids. And when we met today with the principals and coaches, and we observed the teachers in the classrooms, one of the things we talked about was what else do we want to make sure we're focusing on that day? And it became clear that one of the things we want to attach to that idea of growth is, now that we have some growth data and we know who is or isn't growing and kind of what degree to which we're seeing that growth, what are the next steps in terms of the flexibilities around the tool, so that they can leverage some of the independent practice and small group learning, so that they can both support and enrich kids based on their needs in the classroom. So I'm really excited about that. It was also just really exciting to see teachers already doing that in lots of different ways in their classrooms today. So it gave us a great look at what's happening. And really, we've only had September through December of instruction with this brand new curriculum to them. So I'd say our teachers definitely deserve props for digging in. Our iReady partners even said today that the teachers are in a really great space with the curriculum adoption, as they've seen lots of these roll around in different places. So they're excited to get into this work with us this month. One of the other things that Dr. Rundle, myself, and the principals will engage in is a data review with the iReady partners at a leadership level. So we'll look at district level data, and then we will look at school level data with the principals, so that we hope to share the growth data around that, because growth data is one of the things the iReady partners are most excited to share. So we anticipate some opportunity to share that data as we see the growth in kids. And I was excited to hear our student reps reference that as a part of their engagement with our elementary learners, that the elementary kids were really excited about that. We saw that same thing mirrored today in our observations. So it's really exciting time.
So I wasn't necessarily going to go there, and Nova, thanks.
Oh, sorry.
No. I wanted you to do that, but I didn't necessarily prep you or give you, I'm just throwing stuff to you, but thanks for doing that. And really, because as we start talking about potential changes to fundamental 2, also how we measure it. And so we have some other ways. I'm trying to give you some ideas about how we might rethink measurement as well. So
we're having lots of conversation this year, particularly around iReady and the tool that we have, about how we can leverage that. So we are digging into that. I'm digging into that with the principals, with Dr. Rundle, and then we're sort of making some determinations about steps forward, because I think there's a lot we could leverage there in terms of what we're seeing with kids, both on the math side and then considering some of the options available for literacy as well in terms of assessment tools.
I think that's great. We've struggled for a long time with how to measure and what to measure and what does it mean, and really, when you take all the other stuff away, we're looking for student growth. And, frankly, that's what we should be measuring, right? And having the tools to do that, I think, is excited to see that.
I also think as we get like one more year out from the pandemic, some of this data will have a little bit more of like a definite shape to it. We'll be able to see more, are these temporary dips or temporary improvements, or is this like a real, it's just when I look at this, smack in the middle is like 19 to 20 and then 20 to 21. And it's kind of like, well, who knows what was going on with those kids in those classes at that time,
Students, any thoughts, comments?
We were just saying, our numbers look great.
From what we see, we're beating Bellevue. I
don't know if like fewer failing students translates to highest academic standards, which is sort of,
it's more students.
That's not what these are, SBA, that's not what SBA is, though.
I do want to just call out that we are obviously doing an exceptional job of teaching AP French language and culture, since we have 100% of kids taking the AP and 100% of them getting 3 or higher, which is really unusual. So we have French department.
And I think we always, at least for our school board reps, we try to get our heads around how things are looked at. And from what we've seen, we appreciate it. We know there's talk about COVID and seeing these numbers as they continue to come out. I think they seem to be increasing, and just anecdotally hearing from students, it's, they're catching up, but at the same time, a lot of students I know are registered for AP tests. and are taking AP tests and are doing well in their classes, and they're being supported. So I think it's the data showing that they're doing well, and there's, always room to increase. We want all these to, be 100% passing SBAC and taking tests and doing well. And as Dr. Rundle said, students are taking tests and signing up for tests, which is really great. So I don't really think there's much more to say for that from the student reps.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we're doing well academically, and we need to make sure we're doing well from a mental health perspective as well. And all kind of goes hand in hand, but I think we're blessed on the recovery side. So with this, could I have a motion around superintendent compliance on fundamental 2?
I motion that the superintendent is in compliance with fundamental 2.
And a second?
Second.
Motion and seconded. Let's do the all in favor, students in favor.
Aye.
That's 2-0, and directors in favor.
Aye.
Aye. Against. So that's 2-0 and 5-0 in favor of finding the superintendent in compliance with fundamental 2. Let's move forward to the consent agenda. Could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
So moved.
In a second.
Seconded.
Seconded by Maggie Tai. All in favor, students, please,
Aye.
and directors.
Aye.
Against. So that's 2-0, 5-0 in favor of the consent agenda. And superintendent announcements.
Just a few quick ones. Hopefully you saw on the cover of our winter 2022. We told you he was famous at that conference. Here's full confirmation. Our very own Andrew Hallison. The annual report is going to be coming out. It's going to hit mailboxes. When do we think? Next week?
It should be dropped on Tuesday.
Great. So I'll pass this around. You can just take a quick look at our annual report, try to showcase our students and student voice, touch on our budget and some of the work that we're doing. So there's our annual report.
Is this online?
Not yet. We're gonna put it online once we know that it's at the.
Oh, okay.
Once you can't make any changes.
So that's coming, and then South Mercer Playfield did the short video before the break. We have a soft opening happening, and then we're looking at March 11th for a ribbon cutting. More information coming on that. But we're well over 95% done down there. We are almost ready to fully open it, and getting a lot of positive feedback from the community so far on that. We have our January 19th community webinar on the budget. So that will be next week, and that will be online. So we've been advertising for that. So we're excited to, continue just the explanation of where we are, why we're there, but more importantly, where we're going. And that we've got some bright days ahead. And then lastly, you've seen Ian doing some videoing as he's been doing, and really trying to capture aspects of our board meetings and then be able to do some highlights. So we will probably have tomorrow in the superintendent update to all of you a link for you to kind of check out our first go at it. So with that, that's all I have.
Sure. Thank you very much. Let's move to ledge rep report. Deborah.
I pretty much did. I just wanted to make sure everyone knew. So I'm planning on trying to have like a preview every week or every meeting of what bills are coming up and really be involved. There's testimony now, both remote and in person. So as things are coming up, if anyone has any special interest in anything, can show you how to work with WASDA or just register on your own.
And you're going to a conference?
And I'm going to the conference this last weekend, right after our next meeting. So Yeah, I'm all signed up.
Awesome.
Going, gotta get appointments with our legislators. A couple other board directors from around that are going. So it'll be really interesting. We've got some pretty powerful legislators sitting on committees. Exciting.
Thank you. Board directors, students, any personal statements or updates you'd like to make?
No.
No? Okay. And directors?
I just want to reiterate that the playing fields are amazing. I
Yes.
attended a couple of soccer games there, and I have to say that there's a lot of lines.
It's very inclusive, right?
Playing at, you know, so I'm excited to see all the different sports, to see the lines that, which line belongs to what
Well,
sport.
it's guessing which line goes with which sport.
Yes,
right?
yes, but it's beautiful, and it's such a blessing to be a part of this community, and how generous our community members are to really think about supporting our students and really having that feel for the whole community. It is really a first class facility and kind of like area, so love it. You know, and I attended the PTA DI group, and they're doing so much work, right? And just so appreciative that how our PTA parents are so involved and engaged and contribute so much to our school system. And so I just want to do a shout out to them. And so this Saturday, January 22nd is Lunar New Year. And so most Asian folks celebrate Lunar New Year following the moon calendar. And so this year is a unique year where it is a combination. For the Vietnamese, it's a year of the cat. For the Chinese and others, a year of the rabbit. And so I encourage everybody to really go out and experience, you know, all the activities that are in our community. And for a lot of folks, they celebrate at least 3 days. And for some, they celebrate a whole week. So just a little traveling tidbit, if you ever go to Asia, do not go during Lunar New Year.
Oh, yeah.
Because they said that is the biggest mass internal migration, where like everybody go back to their village, to go back to their home, and everything shuts down. Right, everything shuts down. And so businesses aren't open. And so if you're visiting Asia, you're like, hey, where's everybody? They went back home and in their villages. So just a little bit traveling advice.
And in China, they fire off firecrackers all night long for 10 days.
Yeah.
So if you're, you know, staying in a hotel and trying to sleep, you would be out of luck.
But I'm really excited. But that's it for my board report.
Thank you.
So yeah, I was gonna mention NSBA conference, going to that. Had Island Park Pack this week. They do them quarterly, so think morale seems really good there. It was an interesting discussion. How one of their focuses school improvement is connecting the DEI goal of connecting, and how their number was low for students connecting. And it was interesting that we had a conversation about how there were some very significant long-term employees, staff at Island Park that are no longer there, that students really connected with, and wondering if, that's just kind of the blip down and with COVID, and really they're focusing on remaking and strengthening those relationships. So that was really nice to see. Lori D, Mrs. D was talking about the iReady and the rollout, and talking about how our second graders are writing a 5-paragraph essay, and the staff is super excited about it. So it's just fun to see that level of excitement from staff about what they're doing. I mean, that's just nice to see. I was at the high school PAC meeting this morning. Jamie Prescott came and presented about off-campus learning and kind of gave numbers. Some were kind of eye-opening. Maybe she'll share her at least PowerPoint with us, because one thing that she pointed out was we have the numbers in terms of students going off campus for a class or a couple of classes, and frankly, the cost. Not the cost that we're losing, because we don't, unless they drop below a certain number of classes, don't lose a ton, but the cost that, like, to Privet alone, families are spending $1 million this year on tuition for Privet. And collectively. And I mean, and that's in 1 year. So the question is, you know, it's not being taken away from the district, but the question is why, how many, you know, some would go no matter what. They're revamping their questionnaire when you apply to do off-campus credit. There's a new part of the form that says why, and that the student has to meet with the counselor. So they're gonna get, and then actually a sign off by the counselor, they had this conversation. So I think that'll be really helpful. They're really hopeful that it's gonna be helpful in terms of learning. Like I said, there's gonna be some, and you know, is there room for improvement? Because there always is, right? And what are the reasons? Rather than guessing what the reasons are, it's actually getting the reasons from people. We had a conversation about the lockdown, similar to what we did, and registration is coming out middle school. They're working on getting it down to the 8th graders, and then the high schoolers also in the next couple weeks. I judged at the DECA area competition last week, which is one of my favorite things to do. If you haven't done, I highly encourage. You really don't need any knowledge of DECA at all. It's they kind of spoon feed it for the judges, not for the students. And it's just a really fun experience to see our kids in action, doing real world things. And we had 50-something qualify for state, including our Mr. Howerson. His first time competing at DECA, qualified for state. Yay. So congrats to him. And finally, I got to do a private tour with Mr. Kuhn today. I don't know if he told you. Met him down at South Mercer to see the field, because I haven't been down there, and